There's an old saying that goes, history is written by the victors. Ask any historian and they'll likely tell you that's not really how it works. But in the cutthroat world of modern media, it certainly feels like being remembered and being victorious are one and the same thing. For video games, that's an even starker truth, as commercial success breeds fandom, which leads to demand and ultimately longevity. An endlessly spinning cycle of success that can keep a franchise alive for decades. But what about those that fall through the cracks? How do we remember video games that don't succeed, that don't create that vocal fan base, that never emerge from that battlefield ready to write their own history? It's a question that's never been more pertinent, as our industry is currently in the throes of a fierce love affair with revisiting the past, but only to those victorious few. Today we're going to explore one of the unlucky ones, a franchise haunted by missed chances, honest mistakes, and a legacy that is long set behind the horizon. A true bit part player, forgotten in the background, but as deserving as any of its time in the spotlight. But that's not all we'll be doing. This isn't just the story of a franchise that faded away. It's also the story of an entire institution, a once titan of creative industry, a perennial winner and trendsetter, falling from grace and tumbling down to the very brink. The tragic story of one tells the tragic story of the other, a creator and creation locked together, hurtling towards the bottom. The saying goes, history is written by the victors, but today, it's the turn of the losers. This is a lengthy Panzer Dragoon retrospective, and it's time we enter the theatre of the eye. Of course, all the usual disclaimers apply. This video contains extensive spoilers for everything in the Panzer Dragoon series, along with a handful of other 90s Sega titles. As per YouTube's current rules, extended analysis of the series' music will also be avoided, but it'll still be discussed within the context of each game's design and development. I highly recommend you check out the soundtracks for all 4 main Panzer Dragoon games, as there's no way this video could be a substitution for simply listening to them yourself. Finally, while the video is titled Panzer Dragoon, a lengthy retrospective, it's very much also a lengthy retrospective about the fall of Sega. So expect long periods where we leave our draconic friends and explore the baffling world of a company gone mad. So with all that clear, let's begin. In the late 1980s and early 90s, the video game landscape was utterly dominated by 2 competing giants, Nintendo and Sega. Now it might surprise you to hear this, but by 1993 it was actually Sega who were winning the battle, and thanks to the success of the Mega Drive, they controlled almost 60% of the global video game industry. It had all been made possible by Sega of America CEO Tom Kalinske, who joined the company in 1990 and with the blessings of the board in Japan had totally changed their console strategy. Prices had been slashed to undercut Nintendo, deals had been struck with popular sports organisations, and everything had been redesigned to appeal to the exploding adolescent market. This shift quickly bore fruit, and coupled with some fantastic first-party games like Sonic the Hedgehog, Phantasy Star and Streets of Rage, the Mega Drive was at points outselling the SNES at a rate of 3-1. Sega seemed on top of the world, but this success masked some serious issues that would eventually prove to be the downfall of the entire company. You see, almost all of these achievements were in the US, Europe and South America, and in Sega's home territory of Japan, the Mega Drive sat in a distant 3rd place, not just behind Nintendo's SNES, but also NEC's PC Engine. Their aggressive marketing campaigns and focus on sports and uncensored multi-platform games just didn't translate on the other side of the Pacific, and it left Sega's Japanese division desperate for something to claw back some advantage. The solution was the Sega Saturn. With Nintendo's next console not even announced, and NEC struggling to market the PC Engine outside of Japan, it was felt that by jumping up a generation and releasing a 32-bit console, Sega could recapture some of that lost Japanese market while also building on their lead in the rest of the world. Its design was handled by Sega of Japan, and the general idea was to put together the ultimate 2D console, a machine that could challenge the best video game experiences you could have at home or in the arcade. Thanks to its dedicated internal chips for processing, graphics and sound, and a futuristic 3D format, the games could be bigger, brighter and bolder than anything people had seen before, and there was a huge amount of confidence internally about how the Saturn was shaping up. Things were perfectly poised, but as will become a running theme throughout this video, Sega attracted disaster like lightning to a rod. On October 27th, 1993, Sony announced the PlayStation, an all-new 3D-capable console that had been born out of a failed partnership with Nintendo. Desperate to get into the growing video game market and assured in the ideas behind their hardware, Sony had decided to go it alone, and from the second the platform was announced, panic began to set in amongst the Sega leadership. Not only was the PlayStation substantially more powerful than the prototype Saturn, but development was incredibly cheap thanks to Sony's clever plan to tempt in third-party studios with low licensing costs and cheap development kits. Giants of the industry like Squaresoft, Konami and Capcom were falling over themselves to praise this new 3D-focused direction, and suddenly Sega found themselves with a new console that was behind the curve before it had even come out. The development of the Saturn was already far too progressed to start over, so the decision was taken to simply add in another graphics processor. This would beef up its 3D capabilities in order to compete with the PlayStation, but it came at a high price. Not only did these two CPUs dramatically increase how much the Saturn cost to produce, but they also made developing for it very complicated, and many of the biggest names in the industry weren't interested in trying to unpick its architecture. By the second half of 1993, things were already looking far less rosy for the global market leader, but in November, the situation went from bad to worse. That month, Atari released the Jaguar in North America, and suddenly Sega's whole plan to be the first 32-bit console to market looked under threat. Sega's leadership were terrified that Atari's well-known brand would cannibalize their audience outside of Japan, and would cause the Saturn, which still wasn't ready, to be dead on arrival. Incredibly, the idea they settled on was to take part of their new console's hardware and repackage it into a physical add-on for the Sega Mega Drive, which could then hopefully see off the threat from the Jaguar. This resulted in the much maligned 32X, which was a sort of mushroom-shaped bit of kit that plugged into the main console and was advertised as a way to play arcade-quality games on your old system. Now, the reality was actually far from that, and thanks to the mad rush to put it together, the console had almost no support from major publishers, and relied entirely on middling quality ports of Sega classics, which ranged from playable to downright awful. Luckily for Sega, the Jaguar didn't prove to have anything like the impact they'd feared, and shortly after its launch, Atari was slashing prices and battling terrible reviews. The original strategy for the Saturn could continue, but it had come at a big cost. Along with producing a huge amount of confusion about which console Sega would be supporting, and devaluing the generational leap that the Saturn was supposed to represent. Most of their internal teams had had to divert resources towards this strange side project, and it meant that the new console was really lacking in software when it eventually released in 1994. Compared to the huge media buzz around the PlayStation, expectations for the Saturn had sunk faster than a rock in a river. But amazingly, when the two consoles were released in Japan, it was actually Sega who pulled into the lead. You see, while their hardware division slowly self-destructed, their legendary arcade studio, AM2, had delivered an absolute home run that had swept across Japan. The first ever 3D fighting game, Virtua Fighter. Designed and directed by Yu Suzuki, a Sega veteran who was responsible for a host of arcade hits like Space Harrier and Outrun, Virtua Fighter had become a phenomenon, utterly dominating the arcade scene and garnering substantial critical praise. Obviously, this success needed to be harnessed, and Suzuki made the genius decision to develop a Saturn port at the same time as the arcade version, which meant a highly polished Virtua Fighter experience was available on launch. Despite having virtually no other games, the Saturn stormed into an early sales lead in Japan, outselling the PlayStation by almost 200,000 units in 1994, and somehow, despite all their best efforts, Sega had maintained their position at the top of the industry. All eyes now turned to America, which is where things began to really unravel. At the very first E3 conference in May of 1995, both Sega and Sony were due to make major announcements about their upcoming console releases, and in the space of just a single hour, the two companies' fortunes completely reversed. First up was Sega's Tom Kalinske, who made the shocking announcement that the Saturn would be releasing 4 months early, and was available from that very day. Ironically, Kalinske actually hated this idea, but had been forced into making the move by Sega of Japan, who despite the popularity of Virtua Fighter, had begun to see the PlayStation claw back ground, and were terrified of how the two consoles would perform if they went head to head. Well, Kalinske's dislike of the idea was almost immediately proven correct, and the decision completely backfired. Somehow, Sega had only been able to get units into Toys R Us, Babbage's, and Electronics Boutique, which meant huge retailers like Walmart and Best Buy were excluded. As they'd also made no press material available in advance, magazines had nothing to print, and large portions of North America simply had no idea that the console had even come out. This was made all the worse by the incredible lack of games. The plan had been to go to market with 8 titles available, but this advanced launch meant half of them weren't finished, and outside of Virtua Fighter, there were only 3 other games to buy: Sega International Football, Clockwork Knight, and Daytona USA, all of which weren't really system movers. The final nail in the coffin was Sony's response. With audiences at E3 still reeling from Kalinske's press conference, Sony of America president Steve Race took to the stage and simply said $299 before sitting back down. It became known as the price heard around the world and essentially buried the Saturn in just a few syllables. The PlayStation would be $100 cheaper on launch, and as Race returned to his seat to thunderous applause, it was clear that the worm had turned. Sega was on the back foot from the moment their console released. It was too expensive, there weren't enough games, not enough people knew about it, and just 2 years after being the #1 player in the world, Sega were in big trouble. They desperately needed quality games to attract people to their struggling system, the kind of experiences that couldn't have existed before the leap to 3D, and would justify the Saturn's complex hardware and high price point. And it's this situation which finally brings us to Panzer Dragoon. The story of Panzer Dragoon begins in 1991 with a young Japanese student called Yukio Futatsugi. After spending a semester in San Francisco, where he played endless hours of Pong and Space Invaders, Futatsugi had fallen in love with video games, and upon his return to Japan had enrolled in the University of Tokyo, where he studied computer science and attempted to break into the growing industry. Luckily for our young student, he was accepted by his first choice company, and shortly after graduating, he found himself learning how to program and design video games in the mighty offices of Sega of Japan. For his first few years, he worked in a support role, assisting more experienced designers, but Futatsugi was desperate for more. He saw these jobs as menial work, and dreamt of being able to design his own games that drew on his love of cinema and filmmaking. Well, in 1993, the opportunity dropped into his lap, as Sega asked all of their staff to submit proposals for new games in order to help bulk out the Saturn's slender launch lineup. Futatsugi leapt at the chance, and after submitting a few different ideas, he surprisingly had one accepted. One of Sega's big ambitions for the Saturn was that within just a few months of its release, they wanted it to have a game available in every single genre, and the one they lacked was a shooting game. As luck would have it, that was exactly what Futatsugi had proposed, and at the tender age of 23, after having been at the company for just 2 years and never having directed or produced a game in his life, he was placed in charge of a small group of developers, and Team Andromeda was born. Incredibly, Sega of Japan had decided to launch the Saturn with only new IP, and not a single game planned for the console's first year was in any way connected to their catalogue of hits from the Mega Drive. Yu Suzuki had put together Virtua Fighter, Yuji Naka and Sonic Team were hard at work on Nights into Dreams, and everything from Clockwork Knight to Daytona USA were completely new faces in the Sega lineup. This meant that the very first thing Futatsugi and his team needed to establish was what exactly they wanted to make, and how it would differ from games that had come before. Rail shooters were a popular genre in both the arcades and at home, but they were almost entirely set in sci-fi space settings, and Futatsugi thought it would be a huge waste of the Saturn's potential to deliver yet another Star Wars-influenced shooting gallery. In early 1993, the entire team got together, and over the course of 2 months, they designed page after page of concept art, drawing upon their favourite franchises, comic books and novels, which eventually led them to the world of Panzer Dragoon. When the Saturn's development kits did finally arrive, so many of the core concepts behind Panzer Dragoon were already set in stone, and it allowed them to focus entirely on designing its gameplay, where Futatsugi had similarly ambitious ideas. All throughout the 1980s, rail shooters had been a very successful genre for Sega, and they'd had big hits with arcade games like Space Harrier, Thunderblade and Afterburner, which all married technically impressive graphics with action-packed gameplay. It would be easy to assume that the ideas behind these games informed the development of Panzer Dragoon, but that's actually not the case, and surprisingly, Team Andromeda were mainly influenced by Sega's bitter rivals. Just a year earlier, Nintendo had put together Star Fox, an incredible feat of engineering which, through the use of an additional chip within the cartridge, allowed the Super Nintendo to render rudimentary polygons and run a fully 3D game. It had been a huge success in Japan, selling over 4 million copies. Many magazines saw it as the heir to Sega's rail shooter crown, and the new formula that the genre needed to follow. While Team Andromeda wanted to emulate the clever ways Nintendo had created varied levels, early on in the development, a team member raised an interesting point. Why did a fully 3D shooter need to operate like a 2D one? And why wasn't the player able to turn around and shoot enemies that had passed them by? This idea gripped the team, and very quickly it was decided that the game should allow the player to shoot in every direction, and the game should take full advantage of the 3D plane that it operated in. Now this suited Futatsugi perfectly, as the main inspiration for his original proposal had been a game produced by Namco called Starblade. At first glance, it might look like any other arcade shooter, but Yukio was captivated by how the levels worked. Instead of being designed around forward momentum, with the path you follow always stretching out in front of you, Starblade constructed levels that were much more open and felt far less locked to a rail. You'd do battle while manoeuvring between dueling starships or snake your way between the towers of a space station, and this highly cinematic approach was the main thing he wanted to bring to Panzer Dragoon. In interviews given years later, most team members spoke about how much fun it was to work on the project, and one even described the atmosphere as mellow. Clearly, the chaos that was raging in Sega's hardware division had very little effect on its software teams, and this calm and productive environment meant that as 1995 approached, the game was nearing completion. The final piece of the puzzle was the soundtrack, and once again Futatsugi and co. wanted to do things differently. In all but the most ambitious of video games, the soundtrack was usually treated as something very separate from the design of the gameplay. Composers would be sent notes or invited to come and see the game in action, but beyond that, efforts to blend the two elements together were rarely attempted. Futatsugi noticed late in development that thanks to the nature of Panzer Dragoon, they would know exactly where the player was at any given second, and this opened up the opportunity to have a highly crafted soundtrack that complemented every single moment of gameplay. The work was outsourced to Yoshitaka Azuma, whose main job was putting together film and TV scores, and the soundtrack was designed to work in this manner. Rather than the recurring themes of an RPG like Chrono Trigger, or the repeating loops of Sonic the Hedgehog, Panzer Dragoon's OST would work in tandem with the action and feel as if it was reacting to the buttons the player pressed. Now, while Azuma composed most of the tracks with synthesizers, he was also able to draw on the skills of the Czech Philharmonic Orchestra, who recorded additional instruments for the game's main title and first level. Thanks to the CD-ROM format that the Saturn used, these orchestral flourishes could be heard in all of their glory, and both tracks have become iconic pieces of Sega music, with the trumpets that sound over the main menu perfectly capturing that adventurous atmosphere that Team Andromeda were aiming for. After seeing the game in action, Sega's leadership were extremely confident in this ambitious new title, and felt that in Panzer Dragoon, the Sega finally had another killer app to partner Virtua Fighter, and show that Sega was still very much at the forefront of the industry. So as we dive into the game itself, I'm going to divide my analysis into two sections. First, we'll discuss Panzer Dragoon as a video game, the mechanics, the levels, and what it's like to actually play. And then we'll look at Panzer Dragoon, the experience, its narrative, its atmosphere, its style, and all the things that make it so much more than just a game. There's a very real reason for separating them like this, which we'll get to eventually. But for now, it's time to wade into the action. From just the first few seconds of Panzer Dragoon, it's abundantly clear that this is a very different kind of rail shooter. Despite the genre's inherent simplicity, there's a surprising amount of depth baked into this skybound adventure. The most obvious difference is that, unlike the sci-fi fighter ships of its influences, Panzer Dragoon stars an unnamed protagonist riding on the back of a blue dragon, and this simple premise is the foundation for every single mechanic found in the game. Movement, for example, operates in a surprising way, as you don't actually directly control the dragon. The Saturn's directional pad only moves your crosshair, and if you make a large enough movement, the dragon will be guided in that direction. It feels less like you're piloting a highly responsive ship, and more like you're manipulating the reins of a living creature. And learning how it reacts to you is a big part of how Panzer Dragoon works. It can take a bit of getting used to because there's an inherent lag to the dragon following your commands, but the whole game is designed to accommodate for that slower pace, and it actually works really well. Most of the levels are pretty open, which means there aren't many tight obstacle courses you need to maneuver around, and really the only time that dodging comes into the equation is during boss fights, which are built more around knowing where to position yourself, rather than fast reflexes. It really does an excellent job of not only standing out from the crowd, but creating something that truly makes you feel like a dragon rider soaring above the clouds. Another surprise is that most of your offensive tools stem from the rider, which sounds odd, but it's actually a clever way that Team Andromeda were able to blend a 360-degree camera and 3D environments with the traditional rail shooter formula. By hitting the shoulder buttons, you can rotate the camera, which shifts into a first-person mode and allows you to fire off to the side or behind you, with the trade-off being a loss of control over your mount's positioning. Thanks to the Dragon Rider premise, it feels completely natural, and doing battle with ships as they pull up beside you or give chase just behind looks and plays just as well as when the game is forward-facing. So you're never completely overwhelmed by all these angles. In the top right of the screen, you've got a little radar, and this allows you to see enemies before they launch their attacks, and allows you to pre-position your camera in order to strike first. As you can shoot down almost every single enemy's bullets, the whole game has this flow of making sure you're facing the right direction, taking out threats before they can hurt you, and counter-attacking with massive firepower. That firepower is split into two forms, both of which have unique uses and need to be mastered to progress through the game's levels. The first is a simple gun attack, which fires about as fast as you can hammer the A button, but things get a lot more interesting if you hold the button down. By doing this, the crosshair will lock on to up to 8 enemies, and then fire out a barrage of homing attacks that destroy virtually every single enemy in the game in a single blow. I really can't emphasise quite how satisfying this is to do, and thanks to the beautiful way that the lasers snake out of the dragon's mouth, it never gets old, despite really being the only thing you do in the game. The sound of the crosshair locking on and then the pop of each enemy as they disintegrate in tandem is just one of the most visually and sonically pleasing gameplay mechanics I've ever seen. For me, it's up there with Mario bouncing off a Goomba or landing a headshot in Halo. Perfect combination of input and feedback that makes you want to do it over and over. Now, it might seem like Panzer Dragoon is a pretty thin game, considering all you really do is look around levels and shoot down everything in sight. But the real beauty of games like this is not the complexity of its mechanics, but how its simple ideas are used in all sorts of creative ways. The first level, which is cinematically titled Episode 1, is a straightforward affair that's really designed to allow you to get to grips with the controls, rather than push the boat out. Enemies arrive in simple patterns that are easy to dispatch, There are quite large gaps in between bouts of combat, and the final boss, an Empire airship, hardly even attacks you, and instead moves around the stage, encouraging you to get used to the 360-degree camera. It's a slow start, but very quickly Panzer Dragoon explodes into an action-packed cinematic roller coaster that throws all sorts of crazed situations at you. At the very beginning of episode 2, you're soaring across a desert being pursued by a monstrous sandworm, which can only be put down by shooting segments of its carapace off. As quickly as it's destroyed, you're racing through a cavern being swarmed from every direction by tiny burrowing enemies, before you emerge back into the light, only to be assaulted by the worm's gigantic brood. In episode 3, you're battling against the Empire's fleet against the backdrop of a mining facility, with banks of turrets and industrial drills exploding all around you while you weave between canyon walls. After defeating a huge mechanical golem, you dive into the mine itself in episode 4. Here everything takes on a high-speed Star Wars trench run atmosphere as you blow apart hostile ancient machines while desperately searching for the exit from this disorientating maze. After a frantic duel with the primordial guardian of this tomb, you emerge out into a sprawling forest, only to be surrounded by the forces of the Empire and are thrust into a full-scale battle against swarming fighters and towering flagships. To say that you simply look around and shoot down enemies is just utterly reductive, as there's so much going on all of the time. It's impossible not to be swept up in the cycle of unleashing homing attacks and outsmarting enemy formations, and this simple gameplay loop never loses its appeal. Now, as fantastic as these mechanics are, it's the presentation that elevates Panzer Dragoon into something special. Despite the complexity of its hardware, every single ounce of the Saturn's firepower is used to luscious effect. Panzer Dragoon is full of sequences where the levels break and shift, where your dragon will change path suddenly with the camera spinning around, all possible thanks to the additional dimension. Amazingly, Team Andromeda found incredibly inventive ways to use the dual graphic chips that enabled them to create the iconic sprawling horizons that give Panzer Dragoon's levels such a huge sense of scale. One VDP was entirely dedicated to rendering the infinite plain, which would have desert, forest or wasteland textures painted onto it, along with effects like the waves from episode 1. The Saturn's other VDP could then focus on rendering everything that makes up the actual game. The dragon, the enemies, environmental details, and all of the animated effects. It was an inspired move that wouldn't have been possible with a single processor. You regularly do battle with ships so big that they don't even fit on screen, and every one of these hulking beasts has multiple sections that can be destroyed and animate in unique ways, all against the backdrop of a horizon that seems to reach off into the infinite, all made possible by the Saturn's strange internals. Panzer Dragoon is easily at its most mechanically interesting and graphically captivating during its boss fights, which are really where the team were able to push their creativity and put together some really spectacular moments. On top of simply being the biggest foes in the game, they almost all have multiple phases, which means even from episode 2, you're having to learn patterns and positioning that's more reminiscent of Mega Man or Castlevania than something like Afterburner. The stage boss of episode 4 is the perfect example of this, as it's a brutally difficult battle against a huge gunship, and really does take quite a bit of effort to down. When it emerges from the trees, you first have to fight 2 smaller carriers, which only exist to whittle down your health, and then leave regardless of if you manage to destroy them or not. What follows is a bank of spinning turrets, which you have to destroy while making sure to clear the boss's attacks, so you don't take huge amounts of damage. It's nothing too complex, but it gets a lot harder when the boss begins to circle around you, necessitating the use of the 360-degree camera, which of course means your dragon can't move. It turns this simple idea into a frantic race to destroy the turrets or shoot down their attacks, as you can't rely on dodging. And of course, the gunship also releases fighter jets, which need to be shot down, meaning things can become a chaotic mess very quickly. This sequence must have taken me at least 4 or 5 attempts to finally beat, but that doesn't even reward you with the next stage. Instead, the ship flips on its axis, and an entirely different phase begins, with a completely different set of mechanics. You have to destroy the blue joint which holds the ship together, all while it's launching 2 different kinds of missiles at you. Blue ones which have to be shot down, and red ones which have to be avoided. Actually getting into the rhythm of shooting down the missile, aiming and damaging the joint, dodging the missile, then hitting the joint again probably doesn't sound that hard, but let me tell you that working out exactly what to do and executing it really took quite a bit of effort. Especially considering that you have to defeat the turret sequence an entire level every single time you fail. Really, that brings me to the other defining element of Panzer Dragoon's gameplay, which is that it is hard as nails and really poses a pretty serious challenge if you want to see the ending. Even the most basic of mistakes carries a heavy penalty, and in some of the game's more frantic moments, as explosions blind you and enemies flood your radar, it's not unheard of to lose 80% of your health in a matter of seconds. What makes this so punishing though is that there's no way to recover your health outside of finishing a level, which then only returns about a third of it. Now if that wasn't hard enough, there are absolutely no mid-level checkpoints, and you also only have a limited amount of continues, which often makes dying an absolutely brutal punishment, sending you right back to the start of the game. Really, the experience of finishing Panzer Dragoon is one of carefully studying levels, memorising huge portions of the game, and then executing it perfectly. It's a video game designed around you becoming an expert, and has absolutely no sympathy for casual players. Episodes 5 and 6 form a duology of levels that round out the game, and they are a suitably climactic finale. As chaotic as the city level looks, there's actually a sneaky change of design found here, as it's the only level in the game without a boss. And that means it's actually possible to play to survive, rather than trying to learn everything in order to land that perfect run. The reason this works is that it's followed by the final episode, which is entirely made up of the last boss, a humongous hybrid dragon. With waves crashing below and a storm raging overhead, it's as visually dramatic as it is challenging. The beast has 6 phases that it cycles through as you try to whittle down its health bar, and learning all of them without wasting your remaining continues is a pretty tough task. Some attacks require extended periods of dodging, and some have you shooting down sequences of bullets, while others tempt you into unloading damage only to unleash powerful counterattacks. It's a final boss straight out of the old school, clearly influenced by the likes of Count Dracula from Castlevania or Mike Tyson from Punch-Out! An almighty nemesis that you face beaten and broken, hoping that whatever you have left in the tank is enough to down the monster. I'm not going to pretend that seeing the credits of Panzer Dragoon is something that's easy to achieve, and honestly, this astounding level of difficulty is going to be more than enough to put off many players. But just like all those hyper difficult games that came before it, the sense of satisfaction when the credits finally roll is pretty hard to top. It would be so easy to say that Panzer Dragoon is a relic from another time, an antiquated looking game in a dead genre on a system that virtually nobody still plays. But I think that's such a sad way to look at video games, and one which ignores just how much fun older titles like this can still be. It might not boast high definition visuals or a hyper tight frame rate, but it's inarguably a technical marvel, using the strange hardware of the Saturn to imperious ends, and delivering a game that's still dripping with imagination and atmosphere decades later. And that homing attack, well, if that isn't enough to get the pleasure centres in your brain firing, well, I just don't think video games are for you. So we've established that Panzer Dragoon is an extremely fun game, and one that more than holds up to modern scrutiny. But as I said at the top of this review, that's only half of the reason that it enjoys such a legendary reputation. Before the Saturn and PlayStation's release, ambitious storytelling in video games had really been confined to the RPG genre, where companies like Squaresoft and Quintet put together sprawling experiences that were as much about reading text as they were engaging with the gameplay. While Konami would weave tales of vampire killing with Castlevania, and Nintendo's Legend of Zelda took players on fantasy adventures, it was actually fairly rare for video games to attempt much in the way of cinematic storytelling, and 2D video game design was almost entirely focused on gameplay and graphics. With the advent of next-generation consoles, this approach massively changed, and thanks to the hugely increased storage of the CDs they used, pre-rendered cutscenes could now vastly expand the dramatic potential of games in every single genre. It was something Futatsugi had been extremely keen to take advantage of, not just because of his background as a filmmaker, but because Team Andromeda really felt like they designed an interesting and unique world. Thanks to that 2-month period where they didn't have any development kits, they'd come up with huge amounts of concept art, written reams of backstory, and designed a narrative that's just as engaging as the game itself. The very first screen dives straight into this world building. Civilization has been long destroyed, and what remains of humanity scratches out a lowly existence amongst the ruins of the past. The area that Panzer Dragoon is set in is dominated by a power called the Empire, a nation of survivors slowly conquering its neighbours by excavating ancient weapons and using their terrible power without concern for the consequences. It's this dangerous use of past technology which is where our story begins, as an Empire patrol discovers a monolithic tower out at sea and prepares to activate its mysterious power. Our scene then switches to the deserts, as 3 local scavengers hunt for resources and marvel as a huge Imperial battleship soars overhead. Their amazement is quickly broken by a vicious creature called a burrower that bursts out of the earth and attacks 2 of the riders before racing away. Chase is given by the remaining scavenger, our unnamed protagonist, and despite his skillful riding and fast reflexes, he can't catch the beast and pursues it into an ancient ruin. Inside he discovers a treasure trove of relics, row after row of inert mechanical monsters, and a floor that shifts to draw him deeper into the labyrinth. Eventually he does find the burrower, but it's been mysteriously killed, and before he can work out what's happening, one of the prehistoric monsters crushes his mount and chases him into the complex. With his back to a dead end and his crossbow hopelessly ineffective, our rider is as good as dead, until salvation miraculously finds him. The creature is crushed as 2 huge dragons burst into the chamber, firing energy blasts at each other and blowing the structure apart, allowing our rider to escape. Back on the outside, their battle continues, both locked in devastating mortal combat that eventually resolves with our black dragon rider slaying the blue one. As the victorious warrior streaks off into the horizon, the blue dragon flies over to our onlooking scavenger, and suddenly he is pulled into this drama. Through a telepathic connection, the dragon rider begs our protagonist to take up his steed's reins and pursue his nemesis, claiming that he cannot be allowed to reach the tower. As his life force slips away, the blue dragon lets out a scream of grief and then turns to its presumed new master. Gun in hand and with wings beating, the 2 set off to hunt down the black dragon, and Panzer Dragoon begins. Now while this might seem pretty simplistic compared to modern Hollywood-inspired introductory sequences, I think this cutscene does an amazing job of drawing players into this world and setting up the game's core themes without huge amounts of dialogue or text. Concepts like the strength of the Empire, the power of the dragons, and the dangers of both the natural and ancient worlds are all established without direct exposition, and things we don't know, such as where the original rider came from or how the Empire discovered the tower, create a kind of mythological atmosphere. It ties all the levels together, so instead of feeling like separately designed missions, like in Starblade or Star Fox, we're playing a singular adventure, and our chase from the lake in episode 1 to the tower in episode 6 feels like a cohesive journey. Now a huge part of what makes this work is that Panzer Dragoon has an extremely distinct identity, thanks to Manabu Kusunoki, who was the game's art director. Early on in development, Kusunoki decided that they should try to put together something that stood out from the legions of traditional fantasy and sci-fi influenced games that dominated the markets in the 1990s. Instead of drawing upon the look or style of existing video games, the team instead drew upon influences from well outside of the medium. One of the largest was Hayao Miyazaki's Nausicaa Valley of the Wind, a manga and subsequent film adaptation which was released in 1984. While it might not feature a dragon, it similarly involves the protagonist, Princess Nausicaa, riding through the sky above a post-apocalyptic world where humans struggle to survive in a storm of battling settlements and Mother Nature's wrath. This tasteful borrowing of ideas is found all throughout the game, and Kusunoki and Futatsugi revelled in being able to recreate things from their favourite series, but with a draconic twist. The relationship between the rider and dragon is lifted straight from Mobile Suit Gundam, and the dangers of the natural world were heavily inspired by Frank Herbert's Dune. the team even going as far as to include their own version of the Shai Hulud. One area where this really bore fruit was in the language that the characters speak. Surprisingly, those words you're hearing are not actually Japanese, as Team Andromeda, inspired by the Gainax movie Royal Space Force, decided to invent their own language, which fans have dubbed Panzerese. It really adds an otherworldly quality to the cutscenes that helps contribute to that alien atmosphere, but it also had a few unintended practical benefits as well. Most mid-90s voice acting wasn't of fantastic quality, and Japanese to English translations were usually some of the worst. By swapping out all of that voice acting for a fantasy language, this issue was completely sidestepped, as there wasn't any localization or translation beyond the text we see on the screen. Now, it's really impossible to discuss Panzer Dragoon's aesthetics and story without talking about French artist Jean Giraud, also known as Mobius, who was a massive influence on Kusunoki. Throughout the 70s and 80s, Giraud produced a comic strip called Arzak, which followed the adventures of a silent warrior who rides on the back of a pterodactyl while exploring a dreamlike surrealist world, all presented without a single line of dialogue. The comic was a sensation, challenging the notion of how you could tell stories in the medium, and it was particularly popular in Japan, where people absolutely loved its thematic rather than descriptive approach. This was a huge aspect that Team Andromeda wanted to incorporate, and while they lifted ideas about a decaying world and a rider in the sky, it's the approach to storytelling where they feel the most similar. There's just so much silence in both Arzak and Panzer Dragoon, and just like Mobius asking the reader to put together the narrative themselves, Team Andromeda's story works in much the same way. We're told to prevent the Black Dragon from reaching the tower, but not what will happen if it gets there, or even why that would be a bad thing. We have no idea what the Empire's plans are, or why the ancient monsters of the past rise to fight them. And really, you have to piece together your own take on the game's story, which is one of the reasons people are still discussing it to this day. Amazingly, Jean Giraud would actually end up contributing artwork to Panzer Dragoon, designing the Japanese cover and providing a few additional pieces that were included in the instruction manual. Apparently, this unlikely partnership came about after a Sega executive asked Futatsugi who he'd like to draw the cover art, and after jokingly replying that it should be Mobius, he was later shocked to find out that Sega had actually got in touch with him and that he'd agreed. Sadly, by the time the game was released in North America and Europe, the console wars had become entirely about who had the greatest 3D graphics, and so Jean Giraud's artwork was ditched in favour of something that showed off the game's in-engine look. It's a crying shame, as it's rare to see such a cohesive union between influenced and influencer. So given we've just gone over all the ways that Team Andromeda tried to get creative with their storytelling, you'd be surprised to hear that Panzer Dragoon ends in a pretty traditional way. Just before the final two levels, we're treated to a very short in-engine cutscene that shows a host of ancient creatures rising out of the sea to destroy the Imperial ships posted around the tower, with the implication being that as the Black Dragon gets closer to its destination, more and more horrors from the depths of the earth are stirring into action. As we fly through the canals of the Imperial city, it's clear that these creatures are everywhere, and the whole level is set against the backdrop of a city falling into utter chaos. Imperial ships desperately try to contain the ceramic armoured monsters as they burst from the waters, and by the end of the level it's virtually impossible to keep track of the Black Dragon as you weave through a hail of conflicting gunfire. On the other side of the now ruined metropolis lies the Great Sea, and despite our best efforts, our target reaches the tower first. This prompts a transformation in both the structure, which unravels to reveal a glowing power within, and then in the Black Dragon, who emerges from the mists, reborn as the gigantic final boss, referred to in the guidebook as the prototype dragon. While it's never directly stated, I think it's safe to assume that it's the tower that causes this mutation, although this does raise a lot of questions about who exactly is controlling the dragon, which further contributes to the sense of mystery in the plot. When the Dark Dragon is at last defeated, the final cutscene plays, and here we get our traditional positive video game ending. The final hurdle is the destruction of the tower, which will hopefully return the marauding ancient creatures to their slumber, but the Blue Dragon, against our rider's will, decides to handle this alone. It uses its powers to transport the rider to safety, encased in a protective shield, before heading into the heart of the machine and destroying it once and for all in a massive explosion. Waking up on a nearby shore, our dazed protagonist is alone, but quickly discovers footprints in the sand, and as he looks up to the breaking of a new day, we're left to wonder what exactly became of our powerful, draconic partner. As the credits roll, it's easy to look at this ending with a slight air of dissatisfaction, as we really don't get many answers to our questions. Despite the lengthy cutscene that opens the game, the final one is rather brief, ending in little over a minute with zero dialogue or text. The reasons for this are somewhat unclear. It may well have been that this was the moment Team Andromeda chose to directly imitate Jean Giroux and leave everything up to the player's interpretation, or it could well have been that with deadlines pressing down, they simply didn't have enough time to flesh everything out. I think the simplest explanation is the most likely, and that's that they wanted to leave some of their ideas on the table in case the game was a success and they were given the opportunity to create a sequel. While we don't necessarily get all the exposition we're looking for, it's still thematically satisfying, and I'm sure Futasugi and his team felt it was more than appropriate for a story about an unlikely partnership battling against forces beyond their comprehension. When Panzer Dragoon finally released in early 1995, all this ambition and creativity made a massive impact with critics in both Japan and America, and it quickly gained a reputation as an incredible 3D experience. Japanese super magazine Famitsu awarded it a 30 out of 40, which at the time was a very respectable score from an organisation that was notoriously miserly. And across the Pacific, the reaction was even more positive. Websites like CVG and IGN awarded it really high scores, and Electronic Gaming Monthly, which carried a lot of clout, named it the best Saturn game of the year. Panzer Dragoon was inarguably fantastic, but unfortunately this didn't result in a huge wave of sales like Sega and Team Andromeda had hoped for, although really that was nothing to do with the game and everything to do with the Saturn itself. While the console was only marginally being outsold by Sony's PlayStation in Japan, in America it was having a torrid time, and that poor launch had quickly created a negative reputation that Sega of America really struggled to shake off. In their marketing, which had been their secret weapon against Nintendo throughout the last generation, they were continually outsmarted by Sony, and instead of leaning into the mature and older audience that they'd already cultivated, they wasted millions on strange avant-garde TV adverts that didn't make it clear who the Saturn was even aimed at. Supply issues also continued to plague the console, which meant even interested consumers often couldn't get hold of one. It led to the absurd situation where Sega was shipping Panzer Dragoon demo units out to Best Buys that didn't even have stock of the console to sell. People could see that Team Andromeda had made something special, but just had no way to take a copy home with them. While we don't have any concrete numbers, we do know that Panzer Dragoon did sell a respectable amount, with estimates of around 500,000 units sold, which is honestly not that bad considering the environment it released into. The issue was that not that bad wasn't enough for Sega. They needed blockbuster hits if they were going to save their floundering console, and so Team Andromeda were immediately put to work, producing a set of sequels that pushed their ambition even further. One of the biggest hurdles that Sega needed to overcome in North America was that along with supply problems and poor marketing, the Saturn's library of games was nowhere near what was needed to compete with Sony's PlayStation. The Mega Drive's American success had been largely built on aggressively going after third-party licenses, which had seen Sega of America secure the rights to popular franchises like Power Rangers, Disney's Aladdin, Jurassic Park and X-Men, while also striking deals to make games for the NBA, NFL and NHL. It was a strategy that led to huge financial reward when Nintendo was the only competition, but with Sony muscling into this territory, a new angle needed to be found. The problem was that the vast majority of Sega Saturn games were being developed in Japan, and across the Pacific, video game tastes were very different. 2D games could still sell very well, and titles like Princess Crown, Sakura Wars and Grandia were all big successes, while the Saturn also got a trilogy of hugely popular Konami ports in Symphony of the Night, Policenauts and Tokimeki Memorial. Alongside this, arcade culture was still very big in Japan, and versions of Virtua Cop, Sega Championship Rally and Dead or Alive all got high quality home versions. It was a solid lineup of games to compete in the Japanese market, but Sega of America had very little faith that any of these titles could turn around their fortunes in the States. Dating simulators, anime-influenced RPGs and high-accuracy arcade ports just simply didn't carry the same weight, so very little effort was placed into translating or localizing the strong catalogue. It was a huge gamble to keep the library so thin, and it might have paid off if they were able to release a Sonic game within the first year, but incredibly, despite the Blue Blur's insane American popularity, a Saturn Sonic game was never made. Now the reasons for this are mired in rumour and hearsay, but it seems to stem from Sonic the Hedgehog not being nearly as popular in Japan, which is where it was developed by its creator Yuji Naka and Team Sonic. Naka had decided to use the Saturn as an opportunity to try something new, and his team instead worked on a surreal flying adventure game called Nights into Dreams. When it released in 1996, it was a big hit both critically and commercially, which meant Naka felt no need to go back to the Blue Hedgehog, and Sega of America were left without the one game they desperately needed. Now the story goes that they became so desperate for a new Sonic game that they began developing one in-house, which would be called Sonic Extreme, and used the Nights into Dreams engine. Apparently when Naka discovered this, he became so enraged that both his franchise and engine were being used without his permission that he threatened to quit Sega unless the project was cancelled. Now, this version of events has always been denied by Sega, who claimed the project was cancelled due to budget issues. But considering the animosity between Sega of Japan and Sega of America, it's not hard to believe that there's a nugget of truth in there somewhere. For the Saturn in the United States and Europe, this failure to capture the lion's share of the licensed market, or build on the huge legacy of Sonic the Hedgehog, was yet another body blow to the console's hopes of recovery. Essentially, any Saturn games that made any sort of impact in Western markets had to be capitalised on. And this is where Team Andromeda found themselves after Panzer Dragoon's modest success. Almost immediately after its release, not one, but two sequels were greenlit, with Sega hoping that some momentum could be built behind the franchise, and that Western Saturn owners would finally have something to make their PlayStation-owning friends jealous. The idea was that both sequels would come out in consecutive years, and so Futatsugi, who, remember, had never directed a game before Panzer Dragoon, suddenly found his small studio massively expanding and splitting into two separate teams that would be developing two separate games at the same time. While the Panzer Dragoon veterans took charge of the highly ambitious 2-year project, a small group was set up with the goal of producing a more traditional sequel that would be faster to deliver and would build on the ideas of the first game. Responsibility for this fell to Tomohiro Kondo, a young director who joined Team Andromeda partway through their first project. Unlike Futatsugi, Kondo had a few Saturn games already under his belt, and so he was seen as a safe pair of hands to lead a team looking to iterate rather than innovate. As the broad strokes of the game were already laid out, it freed up a lot of development time to focus on refining Panzer Dragoon's foundations, and Kondo's team were able to create a host of their own development tools in order to squeeze even more juice out of the Saturn's hardware. The previous game was beautiful, but it had only run at 24 frames per second, and so a big aim was getting that up to a stable 30. Now, despite Panzer Dragoon's rapturous critical reception, Kondo's team still felt there were elements of its gameplay that could be improved upon, and with some input from Futatsugi and Kusunoki, it was decided that more influence should be taken from other successful home console games. The decidedly arcadey formula of hardcore difficulty and memorization was swapped out for a greater focus on accessibility and replayability, with the team aiming to make something that held up under multiple playthroughs. With a group of just 15 developers and a ridiculously tight schedule that only allowed for 10 months of work, it seemed like a ludicrous task to undertake, but Team Andromeda had made a name for themselves as disciples of ambition, and this sequel would only push that reputation further. In 1996, after less than a year of development, Panzer Dragoon Zwei released in Japan, America and Europe. And despite all the talk of ambitious redesigns, you'd be forgiven for thinking that it looks virtually identical to its predecessor. We're still flying towards an endlessly retreating horizon, still firing off homing laser beams, still doing battle against strange ships and giant monsters, and everything still takes place against that familiar post-apocalyptic, dreamlike backdrop. With so little time to work with, it wouldn't be surprising for Kondo's team to have resorted to copy and paste tactics in order to get something together. But amazingly, that isn't actually the case, and those surface level comparisons mask some pretty fundamental differences that build brilliantly on the formula of the first game. Most surprisingly, Zwei is not actually a continuation of the adventures from the last game, and is instead a narrative prequel, heading back in time and exploring both the wider Panzer Dragoon world and expanding our understanding of the dragons and those who ride them. While the first game's Arzak-inspired exposition-light approach had won it a lot of praise from critics, Fujitsugi's master plan for the franchise involved massively expanding its storytelling scope and diving into all that world building and backstory that Team Andromeda had put together during the early development of the first game. They had pages and pages of concept art and history waiting to be used, and so it felt natural to create a trilogy, with Kondo's team telling the first part and Fujitsugi's sequel providing the conclusion. Thanks to this, Zwei has a much bigger focus on plot, and alongside two FMVs that bookend the game's 6 levels, we now have a narrator who explains many of the game's events and provides insight into our characters' motivations. While this obviously lessens that interpretive atmosphere from the first game, the new story is really cleverly told, and not only perfectly complements the gameplay, but completely works as a prequel. Everything begins on the very edge of what remains of human civilization, where people scrape together a living by raising and selling beasts of burden known as kuriit. It's a meagre existence, but enough to support a small settlement, which is where we find our narrator and protagonist, a young man called Jean-Jacques Lundy. Now, the people of Lundy's home are a superstitious lot, and they have a strict set of rules that govern the breeding of the kuriit. If any are found with a glowing throat, which is a mark of mutation and considered to be a bad omen, they're immediately killed. It's this golden rule that Jean-Jacques breaks after he finds a mutant unlike any others. A kuriit not only with a glowing throat, but a set of wings. He can't bring himself to kill this incredible creature and instead hides it away in a shack, vowing to attempt to train it and naming the beast Lagi. Fast forward a year and we get a very short and hard to understand scene. An ornately dressed man on a floating throne appears to be commanding a subordinate to rebel against Mechania and then chase the giant ship. It's not really clear what any of this means, but for now, the giant ship is all you need to remember. Back at the frontier town, Lagi and Lundy have been training in secret, with the kuriit growing big enough to support a rider and Jean-Jacques trying to coax those wings into flight. Unfortunately, their practice is interrupted by a terrible flash of white light, and from their vantage point, our two protagonists witness the destruction of their home by a monstrous airship. While Lundy simply stares in horror, Lagi's mutated throat begins to glow, and he unleashes a 3-beat homing attack. Realising that they have the power to do something about this destructive ship, the two charge down the hillside and into the devastated town, which leads into the first level. We'll come back to how this sequence functions from a gameplay perspective, but ultimately it concludes with Lagi and Lundy failing to stop the ship and setting out to give chase across the land. It's ultimately a very similar premise to Panzer Dragoon 1, with each level taking us to a different location as our protagonists hunt down their nemesis. And just like in the game before, it still works extremely well as a justification for all the forward momentum and combat. But that being said, it's the things that Panzer Dragoon Zwei does differently that make it such an interesting game. One of the main criticisms of Panzer Dragoon was that it was simply too hard, and that its arcade design philosophy quickly caused players to burn out, leading to only the most dedicated or talented being able to see its latter levels and its psychedelic ending. It was something that had really stung Team Andromeda, and virtually every design decision that went into the creation of Zwei was done to try and maintain the feeling of the previous game, while making it a lot more accessible. The biggest change is that you now have an infinite amount of continues, and you can actually save in between episodes. That might not sound like a huge deal, but it makes a massive difference to your ability to progress through the game, as any difficulty spikes or a particularly tricky boss can be attempted as many times as you want, rather than requiring an entirely new playthrough each time you get a game over. There was a certain sense of satisfaction in getting so good at Panzer Dragoon that you could blast through it without taking a single bit of damage. But it's quite hard to argue against a change that reduces some of the punishment for failure and has a lot more respect for your time. That attitude is also baked into the game's underlying mechanics, as Zwei has a very interesting approach to difficulty settings. Apparently one of the developers wasn't a huge fan of hardcore shooting games, and wanted to implement a way that newcomers to the genre could still have a good time without feeling like they were constantly dying. This led to the creation of the Automatic Difficulty Enemy Control System, or ADEC for short. Essentially, every single episode is broken up into smaller blocks, and depending on how quickly and how many enemies you defeat, the game will slide between 6 different difficulty modes that govern which enemies spawn and how often they fire at you. Less skilled players can still make progress, but it's done without compromising the experience for veterans, who'll still need quick reflexes to deal with the frantic combat that happens at higher levels. Considering that difficulty modes in the mid-90s were generally nothing more than selecting easy, normal or hard in the main menu, the ADEC system is an amazingly dynamic approach, and something that Zwei rarely gets any credit for. Even without the continues and the clever difficulty system, Zwei is simply a much easier game to get into, and a big reason for that is how it gently introduces its concepts, rather than throwing you in at the deep end. In the first episode where Lundy and Largy race through the destroyed town, instead of flying, you spend most of your time on the ground, looking up into the air. As the game is still on rails, this means you only need to think about movement to the left or right, and it allows players to get to grip with the aiming and rotating camera without also having to focus on dodging in 4 directions. This lower placement on the screen also makes it a lot easier to see enemies, which are themselves much bigger and appear on screen at a pretty slow rate, hardly ever posing any real threat. The episode also has no boss fight and some quite long sequences with no combat, and really it's a tutorial level in all but name. Now that could make for a really unexciting start, but to counterbalance the gameplay simplicity, the episode is full of graphical detail that's far beyond anything found in Panzer Dragoon 1. Small 2D sprites are used to represent flaming debris. There are destructible buildings littered throughout the course. We have close encounters with huge enemies that barely fit on screen, and everything wraps up with an almost seamless transition from gameplay into a short cutscene. For 1996, this was incredible stuff, and really highlighted how Kondo's team weren't content to simply repeat what Futatsugi and Kusunoki had already made. Episode 2 begins in similar fashion, with our heroes racing along a canyon floor, resisting attacks from enemy fighters, although here, some additional complexity is layered on and the player is introduced to some of Zwei's new concepts. Very quickly you find a fork in the road, and depending on if you lead Largy towards the left or right, the level will play out in 2 very different ways. The right hand path leads to a cliff edge, where the game again seamlessly transitions into a cutscene as Largy gracefully glides down to the desert floor below. Here we have to fight our way through a heavily armoured fortress, and it's the first taste of real combat. Even on low ADEC levels, enemies spawn all around you, and the fortress is full of stationary guns, airships and fighters which can all pose a threat if you don't take them out quickly. Now the left hand path plays out very differently. Instead of returning to the earth, Largy's wings stretch out and you begin to soar through the skies. The music cuts out, and for just a second we have a moment of calm where Jean-Jacques realises that his little friend can actually fly. With the return to the middle of the screen, we also revert back to the series' classic gameplay, where you're monitoring your radar, dodging in 4 directions and trying to shoot down everything that moves. Regardless of the route you take, eventually Largy ends up back on the ground and you're thrust into the first proper boss fight. As you damage the ship, huge chunks fall off which need to be avoided, and by the end of the fight there's debris flying everywhere, and it really feels like you're blowing apart an airborne construction. Mechanically, it's a pretty simple encounter, but it does present you with the first real strategic decision, which involves that little green bar found above your health meter. Another one of Kondo's ideas was to give the gameplay another dimension beyond accurate shooting, and what he settled on was the berserk attack. By landing homing attacks on regular enemies, this gauge builds up, and then you can hit the left button to unleash a torrent of homing attacks that target every enemy on screen and lasts until the meter is drained. Frankly, it looks amazing and is incredibly satisfying to use. The way the screen switches into a kind of negative black and white look while countless beams snake out of Lagi's throat is a fantastic addition to your arsenal. But it's not just a moment of power fantasy. The meter doesn't charge so quickly that you can rely on having this ability more than once at level, and so generally speaking you have to weigh up saving it for a boss fight or using it to get through a sequence that seems overwhelming. It's such a simple idea, but it adds a degree of planning into the levels, and thanks to the infinite continues, you're free to experiment and work out where and when it's best used. With the boss ship crashing back down to Earth, you might think that's all of Zwei's gameplay innovations laid out. But just before we move on to the next episode, we're introduced to one final and very important new system. As Lagi and Lundy ride off victoriously, we're given a scorecard telling you how many enemies you shot down and how many were missed. What's new is that below this are 3 categories of points. We've got Clear, which are awarded for simply beating an episode, Route, which are awarded for taking more dangerous paths through the levels, and Tech, which you get for clearing higher percentages of enemies. That doesn't sound like a big deal until you realise that by accumulating these points, you'll trigger a transformation in Lagi, turning him from a mutated Kuri pup into a majestic, armoured glideling. The more points you acquire throughout your playthrough, the more evolutions activate, and each time Lagi transforms, you get a bigger health pool and the ability to lock onto more enemies at once. Even if it was just the visual change, that would arguably be enough motivation to try and get more points, but the fact that good performance rewards you with actual benefits, and in a way that's deeply tied to the narrative of Lundy raising Lagi, well, it just makes for a fantastically elegant system. It's these twin concepts of multiple routes through the levels and an evolutionary path to explore that gives Zwei far more legs than any other game in this genre and completely offset that lower difficulty. You'll play through the levels over and over, not because you're being forced to, but because you're hunting for alternative areas and trying to nail that 100% ratio for maximum points in order to see what our little friend can become. The next few episodes both follow a similar structure, where you have multiple potential routes that have unique enemies, and you're supposed to try and work out which will reward the most points, while trying to take down as many foes as possible. On top of this just being an extremely engaging gameplay loop, both levels look absolutely fantastic. And just like in episode 1, Kondo's team have the Saturn absolutely sweating, and doing things that the PlayStation simply couldn't dream of. In the forest, we've got an overhanging canopy that has beams of light breaking through, and both routes are flanked by trees made up of 2D sprites and 3D polygons, which gives them a really textured and detailed look. With enemies flooding both of your flanks and all of the crazy effects that light up the level, it's amazing that the frame rate always remains at a rock solid 30 FPS, and it really does emphasise what a great machine the Saturn could be in the right hands. Despite this, it's episode 4, The Underground Ruins, that steals the show in terms of level design. On one of its routes, the game feels almost exploratory, taking us into cavernous chambers where ancient machines loom massively on every side, and lifts transport us around its darkened halls. It's dripping with atmosphere and serves as a stark reminder that the world of Panzer Dragoon sits atop ancient horrors that very few people understand. Unsurprisingly, the other route is absolutely nothing like this. Lagi speeds up massively, and you begin hurtling through tight passageways as waves of enemies give chase, and everything turns into a high-octane trench run of dodging hazards and frantic combat. It's just a huge step up from Panzer Dragoon 1's sprawling but often quite barren levels. And really, it's incredible that environments of such gameplay and graphical detail were able to be put together by so few people in such a short amount of time. This ambitious approach to even basic elements of the game's design also means that the bosses are hugely improved and really feel like the marquee moments end-level fights should always be. Panzer Dragoon 1's boss fights often worked more like puzzles than a frantic fight for your life, and generally, once you'd worked out a phase, it was pretty hard to lose. This has been completely reworked in the prequel, and inspiration has clearly been taken from the battle against the prototype dragon, where you had to learn to react to individual attacks, rather than working your way through a set sequence. Bosses now have much more complicated animations and far more attacks to memorise, with the aquatic fish boss from episode 4 having something like 15 unique movements, which is far more than the final battle in the last game. Thanks to the infinite continues, this complexity never feels cheap, and while it's really easy to be caught out by surprising new moves, the fact that another attempt is never far away makes the process of working out how to down each monster always remain supremely satisfying. In many ways, Panzer Dragoon Zwei is an almost perfect sequel, but unfortunately not all of its experiments completely work, and this leads to a very strange level just before the finale. Episode 5 is incredibly visually striking. You fly over a muddy, ruin-strewn lake while an orange sky stretches out before you, but this cinematic presentation is paired with some amazingly boring level design. There are no alternative routes to explore, and all you do is chase after a random carrier ship that constantly releases drones in a series of patterns that you need to avoid. When you finally do destroy it, there's a very short section where you fight against a handful of smaller enemies, and then it's straight onto the boss fight. Now, I've got absolutely no idea what happened here, but this encounter is utterly dreadful and feels like some sort of test environment for the developers to make sure that animations were working. All it does is circle around you, fire a laser attack which I'm pretty sure can't actually do any damage, and every now and then launch a few missiles which are extremely easy to shoot down. There's no need to use the berserk mode and no complex animations to learn, just a strange, unlosable fight where you mash the shoot button until it ends. The whole level feels completely out of place after the chaos of the underground ruin, and despite reading through every possible developer interview and Kondo's thoughts in a GDC talk, I'm none the wiser as to why this unambitious sequence was left in the game. Luckily, everything returns to the series' customary high quality in the final episode, which is an incredible Star Wars-esque battle across the surface of the giant ship. Lagi and Lundy weave their way inside and out, battling hordes of enemies and trying to destroy key parts of the Juggernaut's machinery in order to bring it down. On top of being a visual feast, it's actually a pretty damn challenging level, and the sheer amount of enemies and complex formations that come at you make even reaching the boss a pretty intimidating task. With infinite continues, it's something you'll be able to get through with enough practice, but trying to take down every single foe and get maximum tech points, now that is a serious challenge that takes some real mastery. As the damaged ancient ship crashes through the cloud bank, it releases a guardian dragon, and just like in the last game, the final moments of Panzer Dragoon Zwei are spent in mortal combat against a huge draconic monster. Not only are its moves complex and satisfying to work out, but it's also visually and narratively really well designed. There's a clear parallel with the dark and stormy ocean, which acted as a backdrop to Panzer Dragoon's final encounter. Except here, Lundy and Lagi do battle in brilliant sunshine, and there's a triumphant and hopeful atmosphere, rather than one of dread. What makes this change even more impressive is that it perfectly complements our characters' progression throughout the game. They've grown in power, with Lagi literally transforming as their skills improved. And now here at the final battle, it feels like our characters have become legends, more than a match for anything that the ancient world can throw at them. Once the giant being has been defeated, its outer shell falls away, and we're thrust into a frantic dogfight against another dragon just like Lagi. While Panzer Dragoon had us battling a rival throughout the game and ended with a massive creature, Zwei flips this on its head, and for all its weaving paths, otherworldly character designs and cinematic moments, it's really cool that Team Andromeda chose to end things with the purest expression of their dragon riding rail shooter gameplay. And so, with that, we come to the game's final cutscene, and the resolution of everything set up at the start of our adventure. With the Guardian Dragon defeated and the ancient ship mortally wounded, it begins ejecting masses of creatures, filling the sky with its minions in the last throes of its death. Suddenly, just like at the conclusion of the first game, Lagi uses his powers to lift Jean-Jacques off of his back, and as the dragon flies towards the ship, things take a very unexpected turn. Lundy's mind is filled with images, those of his past with Lagi, but also scenes from the first game. The blue dragon crying out in pain, and also the tower being destroyed. As he sees the exploding ship above him, a final image bleeds in. That of a second dark tower, clad in shadow and ominously undamaged. When he finally comes to, Jean-Jacques is alone, and Lagi is gone. With no other reason than for sheer curiosity's sake, he heads inside of the now crashed ship, and therein makes a startling discovery. Upon an altar, deep within the ancient complex, lies an ornate plaque, upon which is etched an image of a glorious dragon, with a glowing throat. The screen fades to black, leaving that glow on screen, and as the credits roll, we're left to consider just what all of this means. Now, the key to understanding everything that happens during this final cutscene is cleverly hidden within Zwei's gameplay, and is the reward for becoming a true master of all of its systems. The whole experience is designed around replaying levels over and over in search of maximum tech and root points, and trying to reach the end of the game with Lagi as evolved as possible. If you manage to get to the final episode with 24 evolution points, which requires beating every single level, always taking the hardest route and shooting down every single enemy possible, you're rewarded with a final transformation that suddenly brings those strange images into clear focus. Lagi's final transformation is into the Blue Dragon from Panzer Dragoon 1. That sudden collage of scenes that Jean-Jacques Lundy witnesses is a connection between the dragon and his rider, much like we saw in the first game, and it allows our kind-hearted breeder to see what his actions have enabled. Not just the downing of the ship, but also everything that will happen in the next game, including the destruction of the tower. Now, despite this cleverly hidden link between the two games, it doesn't actually answer every single question, and there are quite a few threads left hanging for Fukitsugi's forthcoming sequel to dive into. We don't really find out anything about the character on the throne from that opening scene, and despite Lundy commenting about the forces of the Empire and another nation called Mecania, we're still none the wiser about who they are, what they want, or why these factions are at war. The nature of the ancient ship is also still a mystery, although we do know that it's linked to the tower from the first game, and is somehow connected to the dragons and mutant Kurii. It's a pretty safe bet that the next game is going to serve up some answers about what exactly these devices do. For a game that was designed by a tiny amount of people in a ludicrously short amount of time, Panzer Dragoon Zwei really is an utter triumph. It successfully builds on the gameplay formula of the first game and brings complexity and replayability to the table without ever compromising the simple and satisfying mechanics that made the series popular in the first place. It's more of the same, but it's also completely different. Everything that a sequel to Panzer Dragoon should be, and more. When it released in mid-1996, Zwei was unsurprisingly a huge hit with critics, lapping up adulation from every corner of the industry and garnering massive praise for its story, structure and gameplay innovations. Many publications awarded it a near perfect score, and EGM even went as far as to nominate Zwei in their end-of-year awards for Best Shooter and Best Graphics. While it did lose both of these, to Alien Trilogy and Super Mario 64 respectively, it showed the kind of reputation Team Andromeda had managed to build in just a short amount of time. Now, strangely, there's almost no information available about how many units Panzer Dragoon Zwei sold, and so we'll have to settle for an educated guess rather than anything concrete. Given we know Panzer Dragoon sold around 500,000 copies, and Zwei enjoyed an even better critical reception, it's not impossible to imagine that Zwei sold at least a similar amount. Now, whether that's completely true or not is up for debate, but what's not up for debate was that it was successful enough for Sega to decide that they needed to throw everything behind this franchise. Futatsugi's sequel project was allocated even more resources, with both Sega of Japan and America in rare agreement that it would be well worth funding and could potentially drag the company back to the top of the table. Tomohiro Kondo's group were rolled back into the sequel development team, and critics and fans began the excited wait to see what the studio could put together with real money and time behind them. Thing is, Panzer Dragoon was now bigger than just Team Andromeda, and Sega had plans for the franchise that would take it far outside the confines of the Saturn and into strange new places. While Sega were fighting for their lives against Sony in Japan and America, they were also embroiled in another bitter console war against their old rival Nintendo, except this one was taking place far away from people's living rooms. In 1989, Nintendo had blown open the video game industry by launching the Game Boy, a handheld battery-powered device that allowed you to swap out games just like a home console. In one fell swoop, they'd created the monstrous portable gaming industry, and powered by mega hits like Tetris and Super Mario Land, they'd left every other company playing catch-up. Sega were obviously desperate to get hold of some of this new market, and it made the release of their own portable system an inevitability. In 1991, the Sega Game Gear released, and it was designed to be everything that the Game Boy wasn't. A powerful next-generation device that would appeal to older gamers, replicating the strategy they'd executed so well with the Mega Drive. On top of a sleek landscape design and a full-colour backlit screen, the Game Gear had really powerful internals, essentially being a portable master system, and Sega put this front and centre in their many ad campaigns, which were designed to make the Game Boy look dated and uncool. With a price point that was only $40 more expensive than Nintendo's grey brick, it looked to all outside observers that the Game Gear would capture a pretty sizable chunk of the portable market. It had a decent launch, and by early 1992, it was almost neck and neck with Nintendo in some territories like the UK. But very quickly, things began to sour. The big problem with the Game Gear was that it required 6 AA batteries to run and would chew through them extremely quickly, in some cases in as little as 3 hours. By comparison, the Game Boy took only 4 batteries, and depending on the game, could last upwards of 10 hours, meaning it was almost 3 times cheaper over the course of its lifetime. On top of this, Sega's obsession with getting out home console hardware ahead of Sony and Atari meant that the Game Gear was often not a major focus for their hardware division, and very few deals were struck with third-party developers, leaving it with a pretty sparse game library. This meant that the vast majority of the platform's most successful games came from Sega's own teams, and while this strategy worked somewhat well early on in the console's life, mainly thanks to a series of pretty great Sonic games, focus quickly shifted away from it and sales began to drop. By 1996, it had managed to sell 10 million units worldwide, which sounds respectable until it's compared to the Game Boy, which had shipped more than 8 times that. Many companies probably would have admitted defeat here, but in true Sega fashion, they continued to release games for it, presumably hoping that something might miraculously turn around the console's poor fortunes. This brings us back to Panzer Dragoon, and with Sega of America being battered from every direction by Sony and Nintendo, they were desperate to get their hands on anything that could potentially sell. Incredibly, this led to the decision to try and further capitalise on the franchise's critical reputation by throwing together a quick demake for the Game Gear. Now, as this project was largely led by Sega of America, Team Andromeda weren't actually involved in any capacity, and when asked about his relationship with the game, Yukio Futatsugi simply said that the only thing he contributed was an email to say that he liked the front cover. Considering the franchise's success owed everything to Team Andromeda's talent and ambition, it seemed like a baffling choice to create a game without their involvement. But that confusion actually runs far deeper when you look at the game's release. Despite the Game Gear and Panzer Dragoon enjoying the lion's share of their popularity in America and Europe, and the game being entirely developed by a Western team, Panzer Dragoon Mini was only released in Japan. It's an utterly confusing state of affairs, but luckily for American and European Panzer fans, they didn't miss out on anything, because Mini might be the least interesting and most ambition-averse game I've ever played. And it's no surprise that it exists as a mere footnote in the illustrious history of this franchise. Unlike its cinematic and imaginative bigger brothers, Panzer Dragoon Mini has absolutely no story whatsoever. There's no dialogue or cutscenes, and absolutely nothing to set the scene or establish what exactly is happening in this odd little game. It's literally just a demake of the gameplay found in Panzer Dragoon 1 and Zwei. Now, credit where credit's due, there is one original idea in Mini, although I wouldn't exactly call it a good one. Instead of playing as a union of Dragon and Dragon Rider, we're instead just controlling the dragon and have a choice between 3 baby versions of creatures that we've seen in the Saturn games. Now you might think that would lead to some more of the evolution style gameplay found in Zwei, but you'd be wrong, and really all this does is decide what colour you play as. As for the gameplay, well, it's very simple, and it arguably demakes Panzer Dragoon to a level that removes almost everything that made it interesting. Obviously sacrifices would have to be made to get the game running on a portable system, but it just feels like there isn't all that much left over. Levels are all colour swaps of the same featureless scrolling horizon, enemies all operate virtually identically, and bosses are reused constantly. Once you've played the game for 5 minutes, you've really seen everything it has to offer. The most criminal change is that the homing attack now doesn't even have an animation, and those beautiful snaking lasers have been replaced with highlighting an enemy and then watching them blow up in a tiny 3-frame explosion. It's brutally unsatisfying, and it feels like a pale imitation of the real thing. That also goes for the rotating camera, which is still in Mini, but now takes place at set moments, rather than being controlled by the player. As you can still move freely, it doesn't make any difference to the gameplay whatsoever, and the ponderously slow rotating animation really doesn't look great. Now, as if this wasn't already quite the fetid combination of uninteresting design decisions, Panzer Dragoon Mini is also comically easy. Unlike in America, where the Game Gear was marketed as a cool and mature console for older gamers, in Japan it had quite the opposite reputation. By 1996, it was being sold as the kids' gear, and production was being handled entirely by Sega's toy division, which meant that the vast majority of its late-life games were aimed at very young audiences, and were things like virtual pet games and adaptations of popular kids' shows. To fit with this demographic, Panzer Dragoon Mini has had all of the franchise's customary difficulty stripped out and can be beaten with almost no effort in as little as 20 minutes. Enemy patterns are laughably simple, bosses have virtually no way of damaging you, and there are infinite continues even if you do somehow manage to die. Rather fittingly, when you do defeat the final boss, the screen cuts across to some text that simply reads, "Congratulations." An utterly ridiculous misspelling that totally sums up the amount of effort that was put into this strange little game. Unsurprisingly, Panzer Dragoon Mini made almost zero impact on the industry, and Sega of America's hopes of a multi-platform juggernaut seemed to bleed away as fast as they'd surfaced. Things would shortly get even worse for the Game Gear as Sega further confused developers and customers with the release of the Nomad, a portable Genesis that was designed to coexist with the Game Gear instead of replacing it. It meant that by late 1996, Sega was supporting 6 different platforms: the Genesis, the Sega CD, the 32X, the Saturn, the Game Gear, and the Nomad. And there was no clear direction about which console would be getting future games and which might be discontinued. Sensing weakness, Nintendo struck 2 mortal blows. First releasing the Game Boy Pocket, which had an improved screen and ran on just 2 AA batteries, before finally asserting complete dominance with the release of Pokemon Blue and Red. With Pokemania sweeping the globe, the Game Boy quickly flew past 100 million units sold, and made Nintendo the unopposed kings of portable gaming, with Sega in a second place so distant that it hardly even counts. In 1997, they pulled the plug and both the Nomad and Game Gear were discontinued. The The plan was to refocus their portable efforts into the home console market, as they now not only had the PlayStation to contend with, but the recently released Nintendo 64, which was having a fantastic start to its life, thanks to the runaway success of Mario 64. Sega were being squeezed from every direction and desperately needed every single potential successful game they could get their hands on. That is where we return to Yukio Fututsugi and Team Andromeda's hotly anticipated next project. But just before we do that, we need to take an ever so slight detour into the world of licensed anime. While the video game industry had exploded since the late 80s, thanks to the work of Japanese companies like Nintendo, Sega, and Konami, another Eastern export had begun to gain popularity off the back of this global interest in Japanese storytelling. By the mid-90s, anime had begun to develop a real following outside of Japan, and thanks to the massive success of television shows like Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon, and the surprise critical reception of Akira, it was fast becoming a very lucrative market. Thanks to the obvious crossover between gamers and anime fans, adaptations of the most popular video game franchises were something of an inevitability, and throughout the 90s, companies like Capcom, SNK, Enix and Squaresoft had a lot of success creating these licensed animations. Sega was no different, and their first foray into this world was a 35-episode animated series based on their smash hit arcade game, Virtua Fighter. Surprisingly, it reviewed quite well and drew enough interest to warrant being translated into English, Spanish, and incredibly Arabic. International VHS sales were pretty good, and it gave Sega the confidence to start exploring this medium with other series. The obvious next candidate was Panzer Dragoon, not only because it was popular in both America and Japan, but thanks to its bags of storytelling potential that would give any company lots of room to work with. In 1996, a deal was struck with animation studio Production IG, who were not only coming off the back of two incredibly successful film releases, Ghost in the Shell and Neon Genesis Evangelion Rebirth, but also had experience working with video game companies already, as they'd produced an animated cutscene for Namco's Tales of Phantasia. This union of imaginative world and talented studio should have resulted in something really special. But unfortunately, Panzer Dragoon the anime is so hilariously bad that it's actually quite hard to believe it even exists.
Hey, you're going to let our prize get away. Ha! Oh no, I'm not!
The first red flag is that Panzer Dragoon isn't actually a feature film or a TV series. It's an OVA, which in anime terms means something that was put together for home release only. Now, there are plenty of OVAs which are fantastically good, but in this case, it's pretty obvious that this direction was chosen because neither company had much faith in it taking off. Thanks to that, all we have is a single 30-minute one-off episode that loosely adapts the events of the first game while taking on a pretty heavy dose of traditional anime tropes. Everything starts almost identically, with the forces of the Empire discovering the ancient tower out at sea, although now the tower inexplicably has an evil robot voice and destroys the entire fleet while loudly announcing the activation of its final plan. This then cuts across to our hunters in the desert, and here we get the main difference between the OVA and the video game. Instead of a nameless and silent protagonist, our main character is Kyle. Now, on top of looking about as generic as is physically possible, Kyle unsurprisingly has a girlfriend, who is called Alita. Now, you better get used to hearing that name, because shouting it at the top of his voice is about 50% of all of Kyle's lines.
Alita! Behind you! Alita! Alita!
Just like in the game, our scavengers are hunting a burrower, although this time it's with the aid of Kyle's lady friend. And just like before, they accidentally stumble into the path of two dueling dragons. Kyle's friend is killed, and Alita, for some reason, is kidnapped by the Black Dragon, which leaves our protagonist alone with the blue one. Now here, the rider dies without saying a word, and the job of starting the quest is done by the dragon itself, who can telepathically speak. Obviously, Kyle wants to rescue his girlfriend and get revenge, so the two set off together into the skies, and Panzer Dragoon OVA begins in earnest. Now, while the changes to the plot and additional characters might be a little strange, there's nothing inherently wrong here. But what makes Panzer Dragoon such an unwatchable mess is the astoundingly bad voice acting and dialogue. Almost every single line is delivered in such a strange way, almost like they've been clipped together from multiple takes, and there's an utterly inhuman cadence to almost every moment of conversation. The biggest offender is Kyle, whose voice actor, Randy Sparks, seems to wildly alternate between hyper-robotic and comically over the top. If he's not screaming his lines at the top of his voice, he's drearily reading them like Microsoft Sam, and frankly it's amazing that a prestigious company like Production IG would be happy to put their name to this. Now, while it robs the plot of any potential drama, what it does do is add in a huge unintentional dose of comedy. And while I was watching it, I couldn't help but cry with laughter at some of the crazed delivery.
That's a dragon!
Captain, sir, we are now 300 kilometers from the site of the explosion.
You must be Kyle! Oh.
This has to be a tool of the old world. Will you help me rescue Alita?
Kind of red. What does red look like? What does red feel like?
Please stop it, dragon! Please don't hurt my lady! Please! Dividoc! No!
It's utterly fantastic in all of the worst ways possible, and is probably worth a watch simply to just appreciate how far voice acting has come since the Wild West of the mid-90s. Now, what's particularly annoying about this OVA is that for a brief moment, it almost feels like it's going to head off in its own direction and actually tell a unique story. During Kyle and the dragon's first encounter with the horrifically rendered 3D ships of the Empire, the dragon immediately begins shooting them down, and Kyle surprisingly begs it not to, as there are human beings aboard and they haven't actually attacked them. Back on the ground, this bloodshed causes him to abandon their quest and help one of the injured soldiers, which leads to one of the strangest scenes I've ever seen in any media. As Kyle is walking away, he tells the dragon that he's going to rescue Alita on his own, and we then see him sitting by a campsite pondering everything that's happened. This then leads to a flashback of Kyle walking away from the dragon, telling it he's going to rescue Alita on his own. It's just the most baffling bit of screenwriting I've ever seen. A flashback to remind us of a line of dialogue that happened less than 5 seconds earlier. It's so abrupt that you'd be forgiven for thinking it was a joke, but the episode is full of these odd, nonsensical moments that mean it can only be as a result of a poor screenplay. The injured man later gets up and starts attacking Kyle, with the explanation being that he's become possessed. By what or what this means is literally never explained, and when the dragon comes to rescue him, Kyle decides that it must have been trying to warn him about this possession by destroying all of the Empire's ships. This makes virtually no sense, and even less if you remember that the dragon can speak English, so there was no need for any of this confusion. After this, the two fly through what looks like the first level from Panzer Dragoon 1, but instead of this leading to an action sequence, which the games are entirely made up of, they instead fly all the way through to the tower without so much as a single bump in the road or a single shot fired. This carries on even after they engage the Black Dragon, as Kyle once again screams over and over for the fighting to stop, in case they hurt his girlfriend. Luckily, the two dragons decide to get up close and personal, which gives our hero a chance to rescue Alita and finally put an end to the endless screaming of her name.
Alita!
Now, if things weren't already loose in the narrative department, this is where Production IG essentially give up on trying to tell a coherent story. Despite being rescued, Alita won't wake up, and also inexplicably has green arrows on her face, which I think indicates she was possessed. But again, it's not ever explained who has done this or why. Eventually, Kyle begins to cry, and in true Pokemon the movie fashion, his tears somehow revive her. With his girlfriend safe and sound, we finally get a proper battle, and Kyle and the dragon streak up into the sky to put an end to their menacing nemesis. This new spirit of cooperation is strangely represented by Kyle giving vocal commands to the dragon about where it should dodge, shouting things like 30 degrees to the left and then quickly to the right, which sounds utterly ridiculous and makes little sense considering the dragon had very little issue fighting before Kyle decided to help. Suddenly, mid-fight, it decides to speak up, revealing that its name is Blau, and asking Kyle to lend him his power. Turns out our rider magically has some sort of dragon spirit power within him, and this means he can unleash a mega beam attack that instantly kills the black dragon, which promptly falls into the sea and then explodes. It seems like the day has been saved until the tower starts ominously glowing. Despite just dying in a huge explosion, the black dragon has somehow activated it, and everyone seems to think that this is a very bad thing, despite us having no idea what the tower is or what it does. They race back to rescue Alita, and then we get the same old dragon sends his rider away in a protective shield ending. Except this time it's done through this hilarious scene where Kyle is shouting over the dragon while it tries to say goodbye, which makes it impossible to actually hear what either of them are saying. So Blau the dragon heads off into the tower, it explodes, and Kyle wakes up on a nearby beach, where he suddenly realises that Alita has had her blindness cured by the dragon. Didn't I mention that Alita is blind? Well, it has absolutely no impact on the plot other than to give us this extra special happy ending. And with that incredible medical miracle, the credits roll. Now, if you're anything like me, your first response to all that is going to be, what exactly just happened? Despite being 30 minutes long, we've got hardly any more plot than happens in the opening FMV of the first game, and there's virtually no explanation for almost every single element of the plot. We don't find out what the tower is or what it wants, we don't know what the Black Dragon wants or what the Empire was doing, and we never discover anything about the Blue Dragon's history or how it can speak and why it heals people's wounds. Realistically, it's just not a very good production and represents a real missed opportunity to build something interesting out of the world of Panzer Dragoon. While the credits are absolutely massive, featuring a whole host of writers and animators, I just can't believe that real genuine effort was put into this, especially from a studio like Production IG, which had real pedigree in the anime industry. Amazingly, Panzer Dragoon's failure to convert into anime form didn't spell the end of Sega and Production IG's partnership, with the animation studio creating the FMV sequences for their hugely popular series Sakura Wars. In fact, Production IG actually went on to be quite the player in the anime video game space, creating cutscenes for the likes of Square Enix, Intelligent Designs and Tri-Ace, along with finding massive international acclaim with Attack on Titan and Psycho Pass. Sadly, all this talent was inexplicably missing when they worked on Panzer Dragoon, and all we have left is this strange adaptation that I'm sure both parties would rather didn't exist. By 1998, it was clear that while Panzer Dragoon as a franchise had huge potential, nobody else had the ability to tap into it like Team Andromeda, and so all eyes turned to their next project and to what the inventive little studio would do next. And so after a brief foray into the world of 1990s franchise building, we return to Yukio Futatsugi and Manabu Kusunoki's Panzer Dragoon sequel, and the 2-year development cycle that would supposedly round out the trilogy. While Zwei had really been the next evolution of the series' rail shooter gameplay, the sequel was envisaged as something quite different, and the ambition of Team Andromeda led them to take on the holy grail of complex 1990s game design, a role-playing game. It seemed like a natural fit, as so much of what made Panzer Dragoon so engaging was its unique world and the captivating story that had begun to form in Zwei. People were desperate to learn more about the dragons, towers and empire, and Futatsugi and Kusunoki were all too happy to oblige. Now, this change of genre might seem crazy considering the success they'd already had, but it was a pivot that the Sega leadership were completely behind and actively encouraged. In Japan, role-playing games had long been the best-selling genre by some distance, and companies like Squaresoft and Enix had become international juggernauts thanks to the runaway success of Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. In fact, Sega's failure to attract either of these series onto the Mega Drive was a huge factor in them falling behind Nintendo in Japan during the 16-bit generation. Unfortunately for them, as the industry moved to 32-bit CD-based consoles, neither company had decided to support the Saturn, with both jumping ship to Sony's PlayStation, and it left Sega without a real heavy-hitter RPG series to compete. Despite that, the Saturn still had quite the spread of high-quality RPGs, and titles like Lunar Silver Star Story, Shining the Holy Ark and Sakura Wars were modest commercial successes, which kept Saturn RPG owners happy despite lacking the big guns. Unfortunately for Sega, in 1996, the wheels came off this strategy when Squaresoft announced Final Fantasy VII and completely rewrote the script on how the RPG genre should work. Rather than horse-riding knights and besieged castles, it starred freedom fighters in a sprawling industrial metropolis. And to go along with this modern twist, it had cast aside the complex 2D sprite work of the past and gone full 3D. It felt more like a blockbuster movie release than a turn-based RPG, and the Sega leadership rightfully went into panic mode, knowing that they didn't have anything that could remotely match up to it. When Futatsuki and Kusunoki stepped in front of the board to tell them that the next Panzer Dragoon was going to be a role-playing game, the timing couldn't have been any better, and they were told to go ahead with access to whatever resources or funding they needed, as long as they could beat Final Fantasy. For ambitious designers like Team Andromeda, this was everything they'd ever wanted to hear, but the 2-year development cycle of Azul Panzer Dragoon RPG, or Panzer Dragoon Saga as it would be known in the West, proved to be a nightmare that its developers very nearly never emerged from. Problems began almost immediately as Futatsugi and his team tried to outline the core goals for Panzer Dragoon Saga and settle on what they actually wanted to make. This took the form of 3 key objectives. Firstly, to make a fully 3D game. Secondly, to make a fully voiced game. And thirdly, to retain the gameplay of past Panzer Dragoon games while transforming it into an RPG. Now that might not sound like a lot, but you've got to remember that this was being developed in 1996, and none of these things were common at all. The vast majority of 3D games utilised pre-rendered backgrounds with models that moved around on top of them, and a fully voiced script with potentially hours of audio was completely unheard of. Huge studios like Squaresoft, Nintendo and Capcom weren't approaching development with these sorts of objectives, so the fact that Team Andromeda thought they could do it, and on a console that wasn't even really designed for 3D graphics, was treated with some skepticism. In order to meet these goals, the team was massively expanded, and very quickly the 10 to 15 core members that had produced Panzer Dragoon 1 became well over 50, and actually managing this amount of people proved just as hard as developing the game. Apparently there was a real culture clash between original Andromeda team members and the new staff, with arguments and even fights commonplace. There was no real workflow in place, and often different artists, animators and designers would all be pulling in different directions, with management unable to bring them all together. In a GDC conference in 2019, Futatsugi called it the single worst period in his entire life, and the combination of absurd goals and messy project management led to an environment that very few members of the team look back on fondly. Ironically, a lot of the technical problems that the team were potentially facing were made a lot easier with this extra manpower, and it was actually the game's core design that proved to be the most problematic. After a year of development, Panzer Dragoon Saga still didn't have a functional or defined battle system, and for an RPG where battling is 70% of the entire game, it was a pretty huge issue that needed to be resolved. Sega leadership stepped in and asked Akihiko Mukayama to take over battle planning, as he'd been a key designer behind both Sakura Wars and Magical Knight Rebirth, which made him about as close to an experienced RPG designer as Sega had. He took the role presuming that he'd simply have to polish up the work Andromeda had already produced, but was astounded to find that not only did they have nothing that was usable, but artists and designers were completely at odds about what the game should even be. Some wanted classic rail shooter gameplay, some wanted a Final Fantasy style ATB system, and others were even pushing for something resembling a strategy game. Somehow Mukayama had to bring together all these parties and deliver on the promise of an RPG system that felt like a rail shooter. and this was after the project had been running for almost a year. By 1997, it was clear that Panzer Dragoon Saga wasn't going to release in time to go head-to-head with Final Fantasy VII, and it was delayed by 12 months, taking the already monstrous development cycle to an unheard of 3 years. It was a situation that would have usually resulted in cancellation, but such was the confidence of Team Andromeda and the need of Sega that production carried on despite blowing past their budgets. In fact, the incredible success of Final Fantasy VII even spurred the team on, as they resolved to try and make sure that their game was nothing like Squaresoft's blockbuster, even going as far as to redesign certain characters to make sure there was no comparisons. In interviews and talks years later, Futatsugi would say that despite the awful atmosphere and complete lack of process, this disregard for what the company wanted allowed the team a kind of freedom which produced incredible work. In his GDC conference talk, he calls it youthful energy, a kind of passionate naivety to throw yourself into a terrible situation and make the very best out of it. Well, when the madness finally ended and Panzer Dragoon Saga released in 1998, it was immediately clear that that youthful energy had produced something incredibly special. A game that is not only one of the best titles on the Saturn, but one of the most imaginative and unique role-playing games ever made. Much like its predecessors, Saga opens with a lengthy FMV that establishes its core characters and the central conceit of the game, although this time it's told in a much more traditional way, finally jettisoning the Mobius influences for big-budget video game storytelling. Our main character is Edge, a young mercenary who's been hired to protect an Empire dig site, and despite his appearance, he's a pretty hardy soldier who's desperate for some action away from this uneventful post. His co-workers and captain tell him to try and relax and ask less questions, but it's obvious that Edge is suspicious about the purpose of the mine and the Empire itself. Suddenly, an alarm sounds, and the mercs are thrown into action as there's an ancient monster loose in the site, meaning it's time for them to earn their keep. While they do battle inside the excavation site, the scene pulls out, and we get an omniscient narrator who explains a little more about the state of the world and starts that unveiling of information that Saga promises. The Empire, who have featured so heavily in both the previous games, were the first group of people to discover how to use the world's ancient technology, and while people flocked to them for protection from the harsh wilderness, their greed began to grow. It's this desperate grab for power that presumably prompts the Empire's attempts to try and take control of the tower in Panzer Dragoon 1, and here in the mine, things are no different. While fighting off the monster, Edge accidentally discovers what the miners had been looking for, a huge monolithic slab containing what looks like a young woman. Before he can even begin to process his find, the situation becomes a lot more complicated as the Empire's Black Fleet arrives at the site, and under orders from Commander Kramen, they excavate the girl and kill everyone who had seen her. Somehow Edge manages to survive and wakes up just in time to see Kramen's flagship disappearing into the clouds with the young girl hanging below. Blind with rage at the murder of his friends, he races after the ship, but runs headlong into the remainder of the Black Fleet, and without a moment's hesitation, he is gunned down. Our scene then switches to a very familiar location, that orange room from the opening cutscene of Panzer Dragoon Zwei, and the strange old man sitting upon a floating throne. This is the Emperor, and surprisingly, Kramen's actions were not actually by his command. Turns out the Black Fleet have betrayed their ruler, set off a bomb in the capital city, and then used the ensuing chaos to capture the girl and try to take control of a second tower that's been discovered. Unconcerned with the plight of those in the capital, he commands his own fleet, led by the mighty flagship, the Grieg Orig, to set out in pursuit, and with that, we have our cast of villains established. Back at the mine, Edge miraculously awakens in a pool of water deep within the ancient ruin, and so he pulls himself onto dry land and sets off into the darkness to see if he can find a way out. In a mirror of the opening of the first game, his journey through the ruins are almost immediately impeded by a swarm of ancient monsters. And just like before, salvation arrives in the form of a powerful dragon. As all the riders have done before him, Edge and the dragon connect telepathically, and he's assaulted with visions of past riders, the mysterious girl, Kramen, and the ominous second tower that we'd seen at the end of Zwei. While it's unclear what any of this means, with the dragon, Edge realises that he has the power to get his revenge, and together they soar out of the ruins and set off after Kramen, beginning the quest that is Panzer Dragoon Saga. Now before we get into the game itself, I just want to take a moment to talk about how good this cutscene really is. The previous few years had seen the release of all-time classic titles like Resident Evil 2, Final Fantasy VII and Ocarina of Time, and none of them even come close to the same combination of high-quality voice acting and complex animation in their FMVs. To achieve this, Team Andromeda had 2 employees dedicatedly working on all of the game's video sequences. And by acting out scenes for animators using early versions of motion capture, they were able to produce something that was light years ahead of the competition. It made companies like Squaresoft and Capcom look completely behind the curve, and the fact that this was being done on a Saturn was frankly mind-blowing. Now I'm going to have to resist the urge to repeat that sentiment throughout this review, because it might as well be the central thesis of Panzer Dragoon Saga. Incredible and inventive design somehow being squeezed out of a profoundly unpopular console. So once our protagonists make their way out of the ruins, we're thrust into the game's very first zone, and here we're introduced to your 2 main modes of interacting with the world: on foot and from the back of your dragon. Generally speaking, the on-foot sections are reserved for areas like towns or camps, and this is where you do the majority of your interaction with the game's many NPCs. Just like you'd expect in a traditional RPG, this is how the plot progresses outside of those complex FMVs, and through speaking to different characters, Edge can find items, discover snippets of information, and buy resources from shops. It sounds very typical for a game in this genre, but there's actually quite an interesting twist that takes influence from the series' rail shooter past. Instead of just walking up to a character and pressing A, you instead control a reticule, which you can aim all over the screen, and categorises everything into either near or far. By clicking on things that are near, Edge will attempt to interact with them, which is generally picking up items or starting a conversation. Where things get interesting is that when you click on something that's far away, this prompts Edge to give his thoughts on that object, and provides the player with some context about what they're looking at. It gives these on-foot sections a very classic PC adventure game feel, where your character is not only your avatar for interacting with the world, but a sort of constant narrator who helps you process the things around you and understand the available game space. When Edge looks at a pile of junk in a shop and thinks nobody is ever going to buy that, it not only engrosses you deeper into the world, but also gently shows you that it's nothing worth paying attention to. Combined with the fact that every single NPC is fully voiced, which contributes massively to a sense of character and immersion, and these sequences feel incredibly tactile in a way that most early 3D games really don't. Now, as impressive as all that is, it's how Saga handles its flying zones that really make it stand out from other role-playing games. Instead of wandering around an overworld map or running around dungeons, almost every single location is traversed from the back of your dragon, and it does an amazing job of converting traditional RPG level design into something much more cinematic. Functionally, most of the areas you visit operate like normal dungeons, with branching paths that lead to treasure, puzzles to solve, switches to hit, and a boss located somewhere near the end. But by presenting it in this way, that familiar formula ends up feeling like something much more creative. The fully 3D world means you can fly over and under objects, circle around huge structures looking for something to interact with, and give the game's locations a real sense of scale that wouldn't be possible with a single screen, pre-rendered background. It allows Team Andromeda to put together tight tunnel systems, huge open vistas and ancient mechanical complexes, all enabled by the fact that you have a vertical plane of movement alongside a horizontal one. Now, high quality FMVs and interesting takes on traditional RPG ideas are all well and good, but the bread and butter of any role-playing game is its combat system. And given the huge design issues during development, you'd be forgiven for having low expectations. Well, in spite of the delays, arguments and conflicts, Mukiyama ended up putting together an absolutely inspired battle system that manages to combine the strategic gameplay that makes RPGs so enjoyable with a heavy dose of rail shooter adrenaline. Pretty soon after he joined the team, Mukiyama decided that movement would need to be a big part of any system they came up with, as after all, Panzer Dragoon was a series based around shooting and dodging, and those two concepts had to make it into Saga. Lots of prototypes were put together, but eventually what was settled on was the box system. Essentially, enemies are always in the centre of the battlefield, and you can circle around them using the D-pad, which moves you between 4 set positions. The location is always shown on the radar in the middle of the screen, and the whole point is to avoid ending up in dangerous red zones, and to manoeuvre into safe green zones where the enemy can't attack you. Even in the most basic of encounters, these zones rarely ever stay still, and enemies rotate, change formation and prepare different kinds of attacks, which turns battles into a dance of positioning in order to gain an advantage. Now, the other half of Mukiyama's ideas are based around shooting, and Saga has a whole host of different ways to return fire that are all governed by 3 gauges on the right hand side of the screen, which fill up while you're stationary. With one full gauge, you can either fire off a blast from Edge's gun or unleash a multi-target laser attack from the Dragon, and both have fundamentally different roles. The homing lasers are at their strongest when you're attacking a group of enemies, but the gun can target specific foes or do massive damage to weak spots if you can find the right angle. As enemies are often vulnerable to certain kinds of attacks and weak to others, it can often feel like battles are more of a puzzle that you're trying to work out, always looking for the optimum way to keep your damage high and avoid attacks. Where most Japanese RPGs often devolve into slugging matches where you simply use your strongest move over and over, Panzer Dragoon Saga takes these simple mechanics and crafts a combat system that serves up a ludicrous amount of variety. Another element that massively contributes to this battle system is that it is very fast paced, and it's designed to reward blasting through combat as quickly as possible. You can move position at any time, and the gauges charge very quickly, meaning there's hardly any moments spent simply waiting to act. On top of this, you don't always have to select your actions from a command list, as the gun and laser both have dedicated buttons on the controller, which really speeds things along and does a great job of bringing that fast-paced shooter gameplay into Saga's more strategic encounters. Depending on how fast you can win, you're rewarded with more XP, and this of course levels up your dragon, which not only increases your health and damage, but also unlocks berserk attacks, which are the third form of action that Edge and his dragon can take. As your dragon increases in power, it can learn a pretty huge variety of these spells. Everything from huge single target attacks to heals, shields and debuffs, and this adds a very different kind of gameplay that's much more traditionally RPG. With powerful heals, you can tank damage caused by entering into red zones, and high-level berserk attacks bypass enemy defences, meaning you can skip over the puzzle-like hunt for an enemy's weak spot. They're an extremely powerful tool, but they're counterbalanced by the spell's high magic cost and the rarity of items that recover it, which means that it's always available, but never always the answer. For something that gave the team so many problems, it's an absolute triumph of a battle system, and still to this day it feels like nothing else in the genre. It's complex and strategic, but manages to retain that all-important sensation of riding a powerful dragon and engaging in blood-pumping aerial combat. So unlike Panzer Dragoon 1 and Zwei, where the on-rails nature of the game kept us locked to our objective, Saga's more open structure means the game progresses in a very different way, and broadly speaking, it's divided into sequences that have you performing a quest for an NPC in order to get closer to Kramen and discover more about the mysterious girl. Very soon after leaving the excavation site, we run into a man named Gash, who asks to travel with Edge and the dragon after they save him from a huge monster. Turns out Gash is a member of an organisation called the Seekers, who often clash with the Empire as they hunt through ancient ruins searching for information about a mythic being called the Divine Visitor. Upon hearing Edge claim that he's going to use the dragon to get his revenge against Kramen, Gash offers his help navigating through the Garil Desert, which stands between our heroes and their quarry, and this is the game's next major zone. The desert itself is a perfect example of how Team Andromeda pull together all these systems and deliver gameplay that feels extremely cohesive. As you wander around the zone, Gash explains the behaviours of the local creatures, and this then acts as a gentle tutorial for the puzzle-like battles against them. It's a clever way of naturally pointing the player in the right direction, and it's also used to help you work out how to progress through the desert's zones. It's never anything more complicated than hitting a few switches in the right order, but Team Andromeda still tried to present things in a creative way, such as freeing a baby worm from a sand trap, which causes an adult to open up a tunnel. There is a fair amount of PC adventure game logic going on at times, but as long as you interact with everything on the map, it's pretty hard to end up getting stuck, and I do appreciate how the puzzles are dressed up in the aesthetics of the world. Eventually your journey takes you into an underground reservoir, and here we get a taste of the complexity that Saga's boss fights will bring to the table. The fight starts off against a small Girolith, and very quickly a larger predator is attracted over by the ruckus. This then leads to a battle against a big multi-phase, multi-health bar transforming monster, and you've got to use everything you've learned about positioning, weaknesses and managing your gauges in order to bring it down. It's not exactly hard, and we'll discuss Panzer Dragoon Saga's difficulty in just a few minutes, but what it does do is take all the mechanics and deliver a supremely cinematic showdown that is extremely fun to play through. Once the monster's dead, we're amazingly introduced to another one of Saga's core mechanics, type selecting. Just like Lagi and Panzer Dragoon Zwei, with enough experience points, your dragon will evolve, which gives it a fancy new look and often adds some powerful spells and a good chunk of stats. What's different about this very first evolution is that it adds the ability to shift your dragon's attributes, which in turn changes how it operates in battle and what abilities it has access to. Your dragon has 4 core stats: attack, which governs how much damage the laser does, defense, which governs how much damage you take, spiritual, which influences how powerful your spells are, and finally speed, which is how fast your gauges charge. Basically, you can reduce the effectiveness of one stat to increase the power of another, and by doing this, your dragon literally changes shape and becomes a specific type. Apparently the idea for this system came from designers who were concerned that players would find it boring to just play as a single character, something that was quite uncommon in a genre famous for its sprawling casts. Instead, the different class archetypes like warrior, mage or thief were converted into these transformations, and you effectively have a 4-person party which you have to choose between as the situation demands. Some enemies pepper you with lots of low power attacks, so the defensive type might be the best choice, although this will lower your speed, so you'll have to make your own strikes count. The same principle applies to the spiritual type, which can fire off a lot of spells for a low cost, which is perfect against enemies with high defenses, but you'll have to make do without a functional laser. Shifting is always available in battle and costs just a single gauge, so it's easy to experiment and change things up if your strategy isn't working. With this additional layer of complexity, it's almost impossible for the combat to ever become repetitive or boring, and combined with the outrageously ambitious FMVs and the cleverly designed levels, and well, Saga would have been a great game if it was just this for its entire runtime. By the end of Disc 1, you're doing battle with Kramen's fleet and are locked into deadly dragon-on-dragon combat with the now awakened mystery girl, and the game is just flowing in that captivating way that genuinely classic video games do. The thing is, just putting together a fantastic video game had never been enough for Team Andromeda, and as we progress deeper into Saga, more of its JRPG and rail shooter foundations begin to be turned on their head. Eventually Edge ends up in the town of Zoa, which is a thriving settlement that somehow has managed to avoid falling under the influence of the Empire. The townsfolk are a particularly pious lot and believe their good fortune is thanks to the protection of the gods. But unsurprisingly, that's not a view everyone shares. The town is contentiously split into two distinct halves. The Holy District, where the town councillors and priests endlessly debate matters of theology, and the Industrial District, full of scavengers, engineers and scoundrels, carving out a living in whatever way they can and giving little thought to the gods. Here we meet Pate, the son of a local politician who apparently knows the location of the mysterious tower that Kramen and his fleet are headed towards. Unfortunately for Edge, it's not information that he's willing to give up for free, and the precocious young scientist will only help if we head off to a nearby ruin and find him some ancient machinery. It's the most basic example of RPG fetch quest writing, but very quickly, this mission turns into something quite surprising. The ruins are actually the remains of the ancient ship from Panzer Dragoon Zwei, and the Empire, hoping to find some advantage against the Black Fleet, are trying to reactivate it. Edge sneaks aboard the ship only to be captured, but luckily for him, a fellow interloper, none other than Gash the Seeker, busts him out of prison and the two make their escape. Pursuit is given by an Empire carrier, and to our character's horror, it is towing an ancient Leviathan which looks eerily like the Guardian Dragon from the final battle in Zwei. Leads into a boss fight that's essentially an RPG remix of the last game's climax, and this is such a clever little way of tying Saga back into the previous titles. For players new to the series, it's just a particularly cool looking boss, but for those familiar with Panzer Dragoon's backstory, it's a chilling reminder of the powers Edge is up against, and what those who rode the dragon before him have had to go through. Now I'd love to carry on singing Saga's praises, but it does have a few problems that clip its wings ever so slightly. The first is that despite all the incredible work that's been poured into squeezing everything out of the Saturn, its weak 3D architecture still ultimately holds it back, although a great deal of that is potentially down to Team Andromeda's over-ambition. When Edge returns to Zoa, Pate finally relents and reveals that by using an ancient machine, he was able to spot Kramen and the girl travelling across a lake known as Uru, and we immediately head there to give chase. Now the Uru Lake is really Saga's interpretation of the famous first level from Panzer Dragoon 1, where strange aquatic creatures swim beneath azure waves and the remains of past civilizations jut out into the sky. It's the single biggest location in the game, and it has a really cool structure where as you locate keys to unlock the next area, the time of day passes and Uru goes from sunrise to sunset and finally starlight. It's a clever idea on paper, but in practice it just doesn't really work because the render distance is so painfully short and you simply can't see far ahead enough to ever enjoy exploration. It causes the entire sequence to devolve into a constant process of checking your map in order to get your bearings, which might not even be enough, as at one point in order to make progress you have to activate a moving whale in a very specific location, and the visible game space makes it so easy to miss. Luckily this whole area is rescued by a couple of great boss fights which come as you find the final key. First up is the Black Fleet flagship, Drenholm, which uses a really cool strategy where it tries to paralyse you in place and then fires off a powerful lightning attack at that zone. It means that you need to manage your gauges to make sure that you can always remove the debuff and get out of the way in time, and for an RPG it has a very action game feel to it. Once Drenholm comes crashing down, we're straight into the second fight, another battle against the girl from the mine. It's as pure as the combat in Saga gets, asking you to dodge huge attacks, hit weak points and manage additional spawns, all through the frenetic lens of a dragon-on-dragon duel. It's yet another fantastic moment, but it brings me to another one of Saga's great flaws, which is that it is a pretty easy video game, and once you fully understand how to manage your damage output and avoid enemy attacks, there's very little that can really threaten you. A big reason is that while the combat encounters are meticulously crafted and ask you to engage with every one of the game's mechanics, this also means there are only so many in each zone. Once you've worked them out, it's extremely easy to get the highest rank in every battle, and this then rewards you with masses of XP and money, which only further extends your advantage. As there isn't really any equipment or weapons to buy, all of that money ends up being spent on healing items, and this has the unfortunate effect of reducing the threat of a lot of the enemy super attacks. As items heal just as much as your spells and cost only a single gauge to use, it accidentally devalues the dodging and transforming gameplay loop, as the consequences for taking damage aren't all that high. Unfortunately, this issue is illustrated perfectly in the next zone, where Team Andromeda flips the script and has us exploring a dungeon without our dragon. In the aftermath of the airborne duel, both Edge and the girl fall into the now unlocked Uru Lake ruins, and very quickly it becomes clear that if either are going to survive, they'll have to work together. The girl reveals that her name is Azel, and with her knowledge of the tower's functions and Edge's prowess in battle, they form an uneasy alliance and head out on a skiff to find a way back to the surface. So when this sequence began, I was actually quite interested to see how Team Andromeda would approach their finely crafted gameplay without the involvement of a dragon. But disappointingly, this whole area doesn't really amount to anything. Without the complexity of spells and battle types, all the combat encounters are really simplistic, and you just travel around some drab hallways, activating switches and following Azel's directions. It's a very strange change of pace, and had it just been a short 15-minute distraction, that might not have been too much of an issue. But this sequence is well over an hour long, and once you're on your 5th floor, fighting the same enemies and looking for the same switches, it does start to get pretty old. Now that might be disappointing, but I think the purpose of this sequence is to pare back the combat and allow some character development to take centre stage. During your journey through the underground ruins, Edge and Azel constantly stop to assess their situation, and over the course of their time together, the openly hostile environment begins to warm and they start to learn a little more about each other. Azel eventually reveals that she is a creature of the ancients, just like the dragons and the towers and the many monsters that emerge from them. She's not sure of her purpose or why she was made, and after an argument with Edge about Kramen, she lets slip that she's simply serving him in gratitude for waking her up. It's something that the revenge-driven Edge struggles to understand, and when the two eventually escape the complex, they realise that despite their budding relationship, their allegiances are going to force them into conflict once again. Now, if I'm being totally honest, Saga never claws back the difficulty, and remains a very easy game until its conclusion. But strangely, that doesn't mean its quality drops, and instead the focus shifts to creating really interesting interpretations of the battle system. When Edge makes his way back to town, he finds that his exploits have gained him quite the reputation, and now Pate's father, Vyman, an ambitious town councillor, wants to enlist his services. He offers Edge access to the town's forbidden archives, which he claims holds important information about the tower, and in exchange all he has to do is destroy the local Empire airbase, which has been threatening Zoa with invasion. While it might seem like Vyman's doing this for the good of the town, you can actually overhear him telling another councillor that he believes the kid will be easy to control, and that if he can pull it off, Vyman will be a shoo-in for the position of High Priest in an upcoming election. Even though he discovers the deception, Edge decides it's worth a shot regardless, and we're thrown into a short mission that shows off just how varied and interesting Saga's battle system can get, even if it's not challenging in the slightest. The Imperial Airbase is another sprawling area, but this time, instead of desperately looking for keys to unlock the next zone, you simply have to destroy as much of the Empire's infrastructure as is possible. What makes this so engaging is that the battles here aren't actually random. Depending on how much of the base is in ruins, increasingly powerful Empire ships will be sent out to try and stop the dragon. Before each fight, we get an insight into the soldiers' radio comms, and it does a really good job of making you feel very powerful as the fleet admirals become increasingly panicked, sending out squadron after squadron to try and stop the almighty dragon. These little moments are so brief, but they take what is essentially a gauntlet of battles and turn it into something that feels like a scene from Mobile Suit Gundam or Legend of the Galactic Heroes. In a final act of desperation, a huge missile called the Deathmaker is launched towards Zoa, and Edge finally ends his attack in order to try and shoot down the weapon before the entire town is destroyed. Instead of a traditional boss, it works like a race against time, and in the top right you have a 7-minute timer ticking down until impact. It's a complete subversion of the combat system because you're really focused on trying to maximise your damage output rather than dodging. And instead of the boss transformations opening up super attacks or playing havoc with the safe zones, they speed up the timer, and it brings a huge sense of tension that a lot of the direct conflicts don't manage to create. The whole level is just a really clever twist on all the gameplay we've experienced so far, and I think the confidence to do that shows what a special mindset Team Andromeda had. While other RPGs are content to simply let the same battles play out from minute 1 to minute 100, Panzer Dragoon Saga is in a constant state of flux, and it's that creative variety that makes it so special. Now so far this has probably all sounded rather linear, but just like you'd expect from the genre, Saga is full of things to see off the intended path. Most of it revolves around returning to previously visited locations and using new powers to access previously unavailable areas. You see, every time your dragon evolves, your laser rank increases, and this allows you to open higher level chests and open doors that were previously sealed shut. For example, you can eventually return to the site of the ancient ship and activate 4 switches that were previously inaccessible. Once this is done, a secret passageway into the floating Colossus opens up, and you can head inside where Edge discovers the chamber that Jean-Jacques Lundy saw during the finale of Panzer Dragoon Zwei. Here you get an item called the Dragon Crest, and it causes a small courier pub to fly alongside you for the rest of the game. While it doesn't actually do anything, it's just a neat little moment that rewards being inquisitive and adds a bit of depth to the world. In fact, the vast majority of the side quests don't really reward you with combat upgrades, and instead most result in Edge uncovering more information about the world around him through Saga's many books. Scattered around the on-foot sections are all manner of texts that you can pick up and read, and by doing this, quite a bit of additional context is added, which you could easily miss if you just plough from objective to objective. For instance, in the excavation site early on in the game, you can find the Captain of the Mine's diary and discover that him and Edge had become very close, with the Captain deciding that once their posting was finished, he'd take the young mercenary to the capital and pay to have him enlisted in the Imperial Academy so that he could one day have a better life. You could very easily miss this item, but it adds a completely different flavour to the core quest that we've been undertaking. Edge isn't just seeking revenge because he's a noble-hearted main character, but because Kramen took everything away from him. Not just friends, but his future. And the fact that this is left unsaid makes it feel like a painful truth that our protagonist doesn't want to face. Really, finding all these books and discovering everything about the wider world is just as engaging as progressing the story, and a lot of that is because of how closely Saga ties itself to the previous 2 games. In the industrial district of Zoa, the shopkeeper happily gives up his meagre collection, and within it is the Ship Report, which is the Empire's official account of the events of Panzer Dragoon Zwei. And this finally gives us an explanation for that strange moment with the Emperor in its opening cutscene. By reading the report, we discover that the ancient ship is actually called Shellkoof, and those garbled commands that the Emperor gives are supposedly orders to pull troops away from the invasion of Mechania and to try and control this monstrous power. Obviously we know that most of the Imperial troops sent were killed attempting this, but surviving officers reported that the ship was eventually downed by what seemed to be the Dragon of Legend, and thus began the Empire's obsession with trying to capture these powerful beings. Funnily enough, you can also get hold of Jean-Jacques Lundy's opposing account in the form of the 3-piece Dragon Book, which goes into far more detail about his relationship with Lagi the Dragon, although getting hold of these books is a lot harder than just picking them up off of a shelf. Lots of the side quests consist of chains of interactions with NPCs, and as the world of Panzer Dragoon Saga never stands still, it's possible to miss quite a few of them and be unable to access them later on. In order to get the second Dragon Book, you need to speak to Abner the Gatekeeper at night and agree to lend him 100 dime. Later on in Disc 3, this unlocks an interaction where you can choose to forgive his debt and he offers you the book in thanks. But if time advances too far, both of these interactions can be missed. Characters like Pate, Vyman, Raoul the caravan leader and Jared the shopkeeper all have unique interactions at different points of the game. Despite its small cast of characters, Saga really feels alive and uses all this optional content to add a layer of believability to its game world. The cherry on top of this delicious cake of pointless but enjoyable side content is that once your laser is leveled up enough, you can go back to Shellkoof and simply shoot it down, finally completing Lundy's quest and destroying the ship for good. There's absolutely nothing that tells you this is possible or that you should even do it, but you can. And after everything that it's put us through over the course of 2 games, it's deeply satisfying to see it finally disappear below the waves. Now that being said, there is one typical JRPG side quest, and that's the hunt for the D units. There are 12 of them scattered throughout the game, and while you find the first few by simply following the intended path, the vast majority of them require revisiting old areas and diving pretty deep into already cleared dungeons. The D units themselves don't actually do anything, and are described in the menu as an object that seems vaguely mechanical and organic. So going to the effort of hunting down all 12 is really just a matter of video game faith. You do it because it feels like it should lead to something, rather than because the game ever actually indicates it. What you're supposed to do is take the full set, along with the Dragon Crest from Shellkoof and the young pup, and bring every component together at an altar hidden behind the only door in the game that requires a level 6 laser. Once that's done, the final evolution occurs, and Edge's dragon transforms into the iconic blue solo wing from Panzer Dragoon 1 and Zwei. It's the most powerful form by a country mile, with a laser that locks on 8 times and does virtually maximum damage to every enemy in the game. Now it's a funny little questline really, because it feels like it should be a major moment in the game, like how the solo wing was the reward for finishing Zwei with maximum points. But in Saga it's sort of treated like a bit of an afterthought. There isn't really any explanation for why these things would cause the final evolution, and even more strangely, the level 6 laser upgrade happens in the final few minutes of the game, meaning most players will probably miss this altogether. You've also got to remember that this game isn't remotely hard, so the solo wing upgrade can feel like a bit of overkill, which means it might actually be preferable to avoid it in order to maintain some tension in the final few fights. Really, it's clear that when it came to designing Saga's optional content, Team Andromeda were much more concerned with creating interesting interactions with the game's characters and unveiling their ideas about the world, rather than designing meaningful additions to the core gameplay. So with most of the side content complete, there's nothing left but for the story to hurtle towards its inevitable conclusion. With the information hidden within the Holy District's archives, Edge is finally able to locate the tower, but as he tries to approach the structure, he finds Azel in his way, ready to fulfill her promise to defend Kramen. Despite Edge's hesitancy, the two do battle, and when the final blow is struck, guilt consumes our hero, and he tries to rescue his opponent as she plummets towards the ground. With some help from her dying dragon, he is able to catch her, but instead of continuing on towards revenge, Edge turns back in order to get the now comatose Azel to safety. And this is where the story takes an astoundingly tragic turn. As they come over the hills towards Zoa, Edge notices something in the distance. The Empire has finally caught up to Kramen's Black Fleet, and their flagship, the Greek Orig, looms over the town. Without warning or hesitation, its main cannon opens fire, and in a flash of white light, the town is reduced to a smouldering ruin, and every one of its citizens are killed. Given the huge amount of time we spend there, getting to know its characters and culture, solving side quests and buying items, it's an absolute gut punch, especially because it really does come out of nowhere. Panzer Dragoon Saga isn't the first game to destroy a beloved location, but the fact that this comes so late in the game is really what makes it so shocking. Most other RPGs, like in Dragon Quest or Breath of Fire, use the destroyed hometown as the platform to begin the main character's journey. And even when it's presented more tragically, like the fate of Sector 7 in Final Fantasy VII, it still takes place relatively early on and happens just as the rest of the world opens up. Here, there's nothing left to discover. We don't head off to a new continent, and we don't find a fresh cast of characters to get to know. They're all just gone. Any unresolved side quests or character interactions that you were planning on having are now no more than ash. And it's a brave move on Team Andromeda's part to mirror the loss in the story with a huge loss in the gameplay. Obviously, this fuels Edge's burning anger towards the Empire, and with Azul resting at a makeshift camp, he streaks off towards the Imperial Armada to punish those responsible. It leads to a sequence of battles against increasingly powerful Imperial ships that culminates in a fight against the Greek Orig. Unsurprisingly, it's based around dodging its huge cannons, but much like all the other boss fights, with a healthy dose of berserk techniques and some clever use of certain dragon types, it's not quite as threatening as the narrative presents. Victory throws us into a cutscene where Edge and the dragon are hit by the Orig's main cannon, and although they survive, it's pretty clear that they aren't going to be able to defeat the massed forces of the Empire on their own. Suddenly, out of the sky drops the Black Fleet, and the two rival factions immediately launch into a chaotic airborne melee. Kramen's Lieutenant Zastrava claiming that they'd been sent to deliver a message to Edge, but couldn't miss the opportunity to strike at the heart of the Emperor. Now, this isn't quite the flippin' motivations that it seems, as Zastrava decides that he'd actually prefer to kill our protagonist, and we're thrust into yet another boss fight. Although this is one that Edge is all too happy to oblige, considering Zastrava is the man who killed the captain right back at the start of the game. With his final words, he implores Edge to head to the tower and meet with Kramen, ominously telling him that everything is not how it seems and that he must bring Azul with him. So given RPGs at the time were notorious for the villain who isn't really a villain storytelling trope, there are no surprises for guessing what comes next. But amazingly, Saga manages to pull this off without losing its narrative way, and pairs this obvious twist with some concrete answers to long-held questions. At the tower, Edge places the unconscious Azul into an ancient chamber, and then finally comes face to face with the man he's been hunting throughout the entire game. Instead of seeking combat or the dragon, Kramen simply wants to talk. He reveals that during his time fighting the Emperor's wars, he'd come to despise the power they were wielding, referring to the Greek Orig as death itself. Tasked with unearthing more and more of this power, he began to believe that should the Empire succeed in dominating the world, it would only bring about an age of misery, and so he began to plot how he might avert this destructive course. The key to his desperate plan was the towers. We've long since known that they were linked to the monsters that constantly threaten humanity, but Kramen, conducting his own research in secret, discovered their true purpose. The ancients had created them to act as a network of purifiers, cleaning the air, water and soil, and creating an ecosystem that allows life on the planet to continue in the face of their apocalypse. The creatures they create exist not as mindless monsters, but as a tool to cull any species that threatens this delicate balance. And unfortunately, humanity has long since marked itself as a danger to that equilibrium. Despite her growing emotions and desire to learn about the human experience, Azul exists purely as the key to controlling this tower, designed to be a caretaker and charged with preventing it from falling into the hands of those who would abuse it. Kramen, knowing that the Emperor would do just that, has another purpose in mind for her: to activate the strength of the tower and use its might to destroy the Empire. It would of course necessitate the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocents, but it would stem the greed of humanity and bring the population back to a permissible level. It's brutal and callous, but considering the pain we've seen the Emperor inflict, could this psychopathic plan actually offer a way out of the cycle of pain we've seen in every one of the Panzer Dragoon games? Before they have time to discuss this plan any further, the tower shakes to its foundations as the Empire's fleet, victorious over Kramen's forces, finally arrives and begins to take control of the facility. Edge immediately heads out to try and repel them, but ultimately can't stop Imperial soldiers flooding into the tower. And eventually, along with Azul and Kramen, he's captured and brought before the Emperor. Here we get probably my favourite FMV in the entire game, and a great example of how Team Andromeda's eye for the cinematic translated so well into video game form. The Emperor demands not only that Azel activate the tower, but that Edge hands over the dragon, and in a final attempt to prevent this maniac from becoming a virtual god, Kramen takes a shot at him with a concealed gun. Sadly for our noble villain, he misses, and the Emperor, with a look of disdain upon his face, executes the traitor. It's a surprisingly brutal scene for a game that generally stays away from hardcore violence, and it only gets more intense as Azel, struggling to accept the death of a man who freed her from eternal sleep, screams in agony which springs the tower into life. Whether by command or happenstance, an ancient monster drops into the chamber, and with cold, unfeeling efficiency, it begins slaughtering the Emperor and his men. Now, beyond this simply being a cool slice of fantasy horror action, it's actually quite an important scene, as it's the first time since the opening cutscene of Panzer Dragoon 1 that we see the threat that the ancient creatures pose to normal humans. From the back of a dragon, it can be easy to think of them as fodder for the laser, but these are vicious and deadly creatures, and just a single one wipes out the Emperor's elite guard. Amidst all the chaos, Edge is able to escape with Azel, but the situation is now beyond dire. The active tower begins spewing a thick cloud of creatures out into the world, and with the Imperial Armada and Black Fleet both lying in ruins, there's nothing left to protect humanity from the wrath of the ancients. Battered and bruised, our heroes find a sliver of safety at the stronghold of the Seekers, where Gash has now been elected their leader and decides that with the world collapsing around them, he has no other option but to allow Edge to access their organisation's deepest secrets. He reveals that the Seekers are not just simple Tomb Raiders, but have assumed this identity to keep themselves hidden, and their true goal is the destruction of the Tower network. Gash knows that they protect and preserve the planet, but claims that it makes humanity no better than animals in a cage, and that they should be free to become masters of their own destiny, with whatever consequences that entails. The Seekers are far too weak to take on the now active network, but he begs Edge to use what he believes to be the divine visitor, the dragon, to fulfill their purpose and break the cycle. It's a completely contradictory viewpoint to the one Kramen ended up at, that the solution is not fixing the system, but to break it apart and start over. It's a decision that Edge struggles with until he's given access to the Seeker's library, and makes one final shocking discovery. The dusty shelves contain an old book, the diary of Skiad Ops Endlo, a mistranslation of Shadow Eye Lundi, the originator of the Seeker organisation. According to his diary, that telepathic link between Lundi and Lagi had revealed to him the full extent of humanity's imprisonment, and after the events of Zwei, he'd formed the Seekers to try and break those chains. The issue was, without the dragon, they lacked the firepower to truly threaten the network, and thus their main purpose became awaiting its return, birthing the hunt for the divine visitor. Considering Saga represented a complete genre shift for the series, it would have been so easy to have it only loosely connected to the previous games, but I really appreciate just how many ideas, characters and locations from Zwei are constantly popping up. It never truly intrudes upon the tale Saga is telling, but for those of us familiar with Lundi and Lagi, it's thrilling to find out what happened to them and see them still influencing the wider series narrative. At this point, Edge doesn't know what to think, torn between Kramen's ideas of mastery and Gash's proposition of a fresh start. Both have the potential to deliver untold misery, but both could also be the key to humanity's future. Ultimately, it's Azel who sets the course, and as the Seekers decide to leave this ruined land, she asks Edge to accompany her into the depths of the tower, to connect with the network and attempt to truly discover its purpose. Whether that's breaking the bars of the cage or sealing them shut forever, they'll go and face this doom together. It's a fantastic narrative climax, answering almost every question we've had since the very start of the franchise, and finalising Panzer Dragoon's transformation from Arzak-influenced dreamscape into a fully fleshed out fantasy universe. All of that flavour from Nausicaa and Dune is maintained but twisted into a new form that gives us a morally challenging tale about free will and the price of safety. As a narrative experience, it's utterly gripping stuff, but it comes at a huge cost. And that is that by this point, Panzer Dragoon Saga has pretty much ceased to be a video game, and only uses its gameplay as a vehicle to take us from scene to climactic scene. That conflict between the Imperial Armada, the Black Fleet and the Grieg Orig is just a sequence of battles that trigger one after the other, with no environment or level to explore at all. In the tower, during what should be a pulse-pounding fight to try and beat back the Empire's forces, we really just slowly make our way from floor to floor, fighting a very small variety of enemies and passing through what feels like endlessly repeating corridors. It's no better once we reach the Seeker's stronghold, where the incredible story revelations are matched with what might be the weirdest area in the entire game. After Gash confides in Edge, scouts report that the Grieg Orig, now once again under the control of the Tower network, is heading right for them, and the only thing that can possibly stop it is the dragon. It's an exciting premise, but astoundingly, the level has virtually no combat, and instead revolves around flying through this very large maze of corridors where all you do is hit switches, eventually opening a path to the boss fight. Even when you do finally come face to face with it, the fight is a complete breeze, and it's so clear that by this point in development, Team Andromeda were primarily concerned with finishing the story, rather than keeping up that supreme creativity from the first few discs. You can virtually feel that panicked rush to hit their release date in the game's final few hours, and I can't say that it doesn't hurt the experience. In a way, it might have even been preferable to skip these sequences altogether and just take us from boss fight to boss fight with cutscenes to break it all up. This mixture of thrilling cutscenes, plot revelations and harrowing storytelling, all juxtaposed against surprisingly drab level design, is exactly where Panzer Dragoon Saga concludes, and its last moments do very little to arrest this pattern. The final hour is a journey from the peak of the tower down into its depths, where Azul can attempt to connect with the network and send Edge and the dragon into the liminal space where its sentience resides. A concept that's known as Zestron. Now, role-playing games have a pretty poor history of asking the player to slog through some utterly tedious level design when it comes to the late game. Dungeons often sprawl into labyrinthine spiderwebs filled with powerful enemies designed to sap not only your resources, but your mental strength. At its very worst, in titles like Final Fantasy III or Phantasy Star 1, these zones are so long and so frustrating that they virtually ruin the entire experience. I feel like this is something that Team Andromeda were acutely aware of, because this final journey feels like it's been designed specifically to address this potential criticism. Just like the Forests of Zoa before it, there's almost no combat, and instead of a complex maze of puzzles and dead ends, we simply travel from floor to floor, deactivating a series of security systems that allow us to progress forwards. Ironically, I think this isn't actually a poor decision, as by this point I was very ready for the game to end. Not having to slog my way through 400 battles or having to study an online map was something I did appreciate. It means that despite the complexity of its narrative and the huge creativity with which it approaches most of its design, Panzer Dragoon Saga's pacing is much more like a film, and once it begins to conclude, it really does head there at warp speed. So even with this odd gameplay-like structure, Saga ends on a very strong note, and those gripping story revelations keep coming. Once they arrive at the bottom of the tower, Azul finally makes her intentions known, and as she connects with its ancient machinery, she urges Edge to head into the Zestron network alone, and to leave her behind so she can make sure that the tower's strength can never again be abused. After a moment's hesitation, he accepts her decision and races back to his dragon, but that is not the last thing our heroine has to say. Out of earshot, she says that she doesn't want to be alone anymore, and as Edge disappears into Zestron, she quietly whispers that she loves him. Now this might come as something of a surprise, as while Edge and Azul grow close by the end of the game, it's never been an overtly romantic relationship, and this admission of feelings sort of comes out of nowhere. In an interview given years later, Futatsugi admitted that the intention had always been to have our two main characters fall in love, but unfortunately this had been lost as the game was translated into English. You see, Japanese romance is usually presented in a far less direct way than most Americans and Europeans would understand. By simply seeing two characters spend a lot of time together and hearing them discuss their personal feelings, Eastern audiences would be well aware that they were interested in one another. But in the West, this only points to a close friendship. It's a shame too, as Azul's whole character progression is that of an unfeeling, robotic outsider, slowly coming to terms with her own emotions and discovering her personal agency. Early on in the game, when she's serving Kramen, she hardly even has any dialogue, but through spending time with Edge, who treats her more as an equal than a tool, we see her develop into a unique person. That journey from coldness to love feels like a natural conclusion to her story. And while it still works with Edge and Azul as close companions, it's a shame that the localization wasn't able to better capture the completeness of her transition. Anyway, with the gate to Zestron open, Edge and the dragon disappear into its strange, abstract domain, and here we get a conclusion that is as mind-bending as any video game has ever managed to tell. With the walls of reality warping around us, we first have to battle the Guardians of the Network. 4 dragons which each represent one of the types you can shift between. With the solo wing and an utter glut of powerful healing items, it's virtually impossible to even come close to dying. But just like the vast majority of Panzer Dragoon Saga, it's more about the spectacle than the challenge. And frankly, it's just a cool concept to see our own spells and abilities turned into a boss fight. Once the last of the Guardians is destroyed, the Zestron network finally reveals itself, and we're plunged into a climactic confrontation, the moment that Futatsugi's entire trilogy had been building towards. The whole fight is extremely psychedelic, and between the shifting backgrounds and the otherworldly form that Zestron takes, this encounter feels like a fever dream or a metaphor for something happening on another plane of existence. I think a big part of why this works is that the insanity is channeled into the fight's mechanics, and this keeps the focus squarely on the gameplay. During the first phase, every time we damage the boss, flashes of cutscenes from throughout the series burst onto the screen, and as the battle progresses, Zestron attacks by pulling the carcasses of long defeated bosses into its domain. It's a crazed, hallucinatory encounter, but it's cleverly used and never tilts over into the ridiculous. Unsurprisingly, with the solo wing and a berserk spell called Vengeance Orbs, which negates all incoming damage and uses it to counterattack, it's not actually a very complicated fight, but you can hardly hold that against Team Andromeda, and as far as final boss fights go, it's a fitting send-off to a supremely original battle system. Victory comes with a brilliant flash of white light, and the next thing we see is Edge waking up, floating in this strange dimension, face to face with the true form of his dragon. In a commanding voice, it tells him that all that remains is for the divine visitor to destroy the last vestige of the ancient age and return the Earth to the guardianship of humanity. Edge, confused by this, asks, "Isn't the dragon the divine visitor?" And here Saga delivers its last surprise. The divine visitor is you, the player. And in its final moments, the dragon thanks you for taking control of them and helping this journey reach its conclusion. Edge then turns to the camera, literally looking out of the game, and simply says, "I see now. You were inside me all along. You are the divine," before the screen clicks to black and the game ends. Now this ending hit me like a truck. Not because of its emotional weight or its clever presentation, but simply because I had no clue that Panzer Dragoon Saga would reach out towards me as if the fourth wall didn't exist. It would be so easy for a brash move like this to slip into utter absurdity, but I think what prevents that is that Team Andromeda doesn't go down the everything was just a video game route, and instead frames your involvement as something that's a natural part of this world. The Divine Visitor is a role we play by picking up the controller, but it's also something present throughout the game. and by looking back, you can actually see foreshadowing of this all throughout the story. In the old Dragon Diary, when Jean-Luc Lundy claims that he was with the Divine Visitor and then it left him, we presume that he's referring to the dragon, but actually it's clearly the player he's talking about, as we were the guiding hand throughout his adventures in Panzer Dragoon Saga. There's an even more obvious hint during Saga's opening cutscene as Edge is shot down by Zastrava. When we first see him floating deep within the ruins, he is quite literally dead. And when that flash of white light occurs and he regains consciousness, it's because he's now possessed by the Divine Visitor, and immediately afterwards, we take control. This same flash of white light happens if you continue from a game over screen, and it's so clearly meant to represent our influence in this world, not as an outside observer, but as an active participant. Fujitsugi often said that with Saga, he wanted to create a game like no others. And I think this final twist in the tale all but confirms that Team Andromeda achieved their goal. Whenever games acknowledge the player's involvement, it's almost always in a comedic way, not meant to be taken seriously or included as a tongue-in-cheek moment aside from the real storytelling. Panzer Dragoon Saga might be the only game in existence to directly reference the relationship between video game and video game player without having to do this. And instead of being immersion breaking, that final moment where Edge looks out of the screen feels like a goodbye, a moment of real connection, and that's something that very few games can claim to do. Once the credits have rolled, we get a final scene that leaves no doubt that this was Team Andromeda's intention. The last thing we see is a desperately sad picture of a disguised Azel purchasing a mount and heading back towards the ruins of Zoa, presumably hunting for her beloved who never came back from his journey into the network. Without the Divine Visitor, we can assume that there was nothing else holding Edge to this world, and as we relinquish control, he must have died. It's a somber note to end on, but a reminder that the world of Panzer Dragoon continues on without our involvement, and who knows what state we'll find it in should we ever return. It can be extremely easy to give over to hyperbole while writing about older games, but Panzer Dragoon Saga is the definition of a classic. A magnum opus by a studio of misfits and creatives who wanted to push the medium of video game storytelling as far as it could go with the tools they had available. Yes, it has flaws, but between its supremely inventive battle system, its cleverly plotted story, and its unique take on the tropes of the role-playing genre, it's impossible to not recognise this as one of the greatest games in Sega's back catalogue, and one of the finest examples of maverick game design that the industry has ever seen. So with all that said, what happened to Panzer Dragoon Saga when it was released? Well, that is another story altogether. Panzer Dragoon Saga was released in Japan on January 29th, 1998, and then in North America on April 30th, and in Europe on June 5th. And across every single territory, critics immediately recognised that Team Andromeda had created something special. Its average review score was well into the 90s, with a handful of outlets even going as far as to award it a perfect score. Its systems, graphics, storytelling and music were simply undeniable, and when the Edge magazine staff write that Saga in many ways eclipses Squaresoft's Final Fantasy VII, you can certainly believe that they meant it. It was everything that Sega could have hoped for, and now they simply had to wait for critical reception and word of mouth to convert that quality into sales and send the struggling company back to the top of the pile. But sales never came. Upon its release in Japan, it quickly became clear that not only was it never going to compete with Final Fantasy, but that it probably wouldn't even make back its budget, with estimates of just 100,000 copies selling in its first 6 months. Sega of America, who had been desperate for Saga to be a success, were completely blindsided, and in a panic that they had yet another flop on their hands, its Western launch was stripped right back, and only a measly 20,000 English language copies were ever printed. In Europe, the situation was even more ridiculous, with just 2,000 copies ever being made available in PAL regions, all but guaranteeing that Team Andromeda's 2 years of pain had been for nothing. Now, there is quite a few reasons for this astounding commercial failure, and the first really lies with Fututsugi and his team. That year-long delay that was required to finish the game meant Saga had missed the worldwide RPG boom that Final Fantasy VII had started, and by the time it released, there was simply just far too much competition for it to deliver on a less popular console. 1997 and 1998 had seen the release of generational titles like Suikoden, Parasite Eve, Xenogears, Star Ocean, Final Fantasy Tactics and Grandia, and Saga just wasn't able to stand out like it could have done had it released on time. Arguably, that development cycle is even more to blame when you consider what audiences in the 90s were looking for. In an interview with Polygon, Manabu Kusunoki freely admitted that the studio's rebellious spirit and desire to make something weird and different is probably to blame for a lot of its poor sales. The team were trying to make something that wasn't mainstream, and while that approach would lead to an utterly unique video game experience, there's no world where it would ever return the kind of sales that Final Fantasy could command. Now, it would be easy to leave our explanation there, but the blame also falls quite heavily on Sega of America, as while sales in Japan were slow, there was very little reason to believe that its critical reputation wouldn't have cut through in the West, as it had done for Konami when Symphony of the Night had similarly disappointed on launch. The issue was that by this point, the relationship between Sega of Japan and America had completely broken down, and the company's Western strategy was now utterly dysfunctional. Tom Kalinske had been replaced as CEO by Bernie Stoller, who'd overseen the PlayStation's Western release, and Stoller had a very different view of how Sega should approach hardware sales moving forwards. At E3 1997, he stood up before the gaming media and told them the Saturn is not Sega's future, adding that he didn't want to lie to people about the console's prospects. While burying his own company's console might look like a crazy move, there was actually an idea behind it. In 1996, development had begun on the Dreamcast, and Stoller wanted everything to be thrown behind this new console, which he saw as the only way they could compete with Sony. The problem was that the Dreamcast wouldn't be ready for another 3 years, and this left a huge gap where Sega effectively gave up outside of Japan. While quality Saturn games were still being made, Stoller often opposed their localization because he wanted Sega to be seen as a modern 3D focused brand, and this caused a huge software drought, which combined with his brutal comments at E3 essentially killed off the Saturn. Panzer Dragoon Saga would end up being one of the last ever games published for the system, and the fact that it was ever even released worldwide was a minor miracle, as many outlets were reporting that Sega had come close to cancelling its English language version. The Saturn had simply ceased to be relevant, and the truth was that even with masses of marketing and a huge print run, Panzer Dragoon Saga would have never been a mainstream success. Now, as the years have ticked by, it's this unlikely combination of massive critical acclaim and a comically tiny print run which have come to characterise Saga's reputation. Used copies of the PAL version now sell for as much as £800, and should you ever stumble across a sealed copy, well, stick that in a fireproof safe as fast as possible because it is likely worth thousands. Despite everything that Team Andromeda had poured into their game, it's this monetary value that's come to define it, and one of the main reasons for this video's creation. We'll talk more about its ongoing legacy in our conclusion, but I think it's important that we start to claw back that reputation that Stoller and Sega stole away, as Saga is worth so much more to the industry as a video game instead of as a collectible. Now, obviously, this massive commercial failure had pretty big consequences for Team Andromeda, and before their game had even been released outside of Japan, its management was pulled in front of the board to discuss the studio's future. In short, they were being shut down. It was an unbelievably disappointing end for a studio that had only produced quality games, but frankly, the writing was on the wall before Sega even pulled the trigger. Yukio Fututsugi had become increasingly burnt out after the horrific development process for Saga, and with the hardware situation in America and Japan looking very perilous, he made the decision to leave his dream job and take a position at Konami. where he felt he could develop games in a much less chaotic environment. It was a huge blow that existed solely to create his ideas, and this was only made worse when Manabu Kusunoki, off the back of the incredible FMV work in Saga, also left to take over Sega's CGI division. Those left behind didn't have a hope of defending the studio's financial record, and by 1998, everyone who'd worked on Panzer Dragoon had been reassigned to other internal studios. In just 4 years, Team Andromeda had gone from an idea in the mind of a young Futatsugi to a huge studio that produced one of the most ambitious games ever made, and then just as quickly as they'd appeared, they were gone again. Really, it's a chilling reminder that for all the artistry, ambition and creativity that a studio can muster, the video game industry is still an industry, and at the end of the day, making money is all that counts. So as the Saturn died, it took Team Andromeda with it, and for a while, Panzer Dragoon slipped into the void, a relic of a long dead genre on a failed console that presumably would never be seen again. By August 1997, Sega's market share had fallen to a paltry 12%. And thanks to the colossal failure of their consoles across multiple generations and the waning popularity of arcades, the once market leader found themselves facing oblivion. Since the release of the Saturn, they'd managed to rack up almost $200 million worth of debt, and there was legitimate concerns that they might have to declare bankruptcy if the company wasn't able to turn things around. So everything was gambled on one final effort, a legendary little grey box called the Dreamcast. As we've already heard, it had been in development since 1996, but as the years ticked by and Sega fell further and further behind Sony and Nintendo, its success became a matter of life and death. Now luckily, unlike the Saturn, the Dreamcast was a very well designed machine and was effectively built to be everything that Sega's previous console wasn't. A true next generation console to take the company forwards. With a powerful Hitachi CPU and an NEC developed GPU, it had the muscle to render detailed 3D graphics at a really fast pace. But thanks to these off-the-shelf components, it was also cheap to manufacture and very easy to develop for. To make things even simpler, the operating system was a modified version of Windows, which meant it could run PC ports and had a built-in modem, which meant multiplayer games could be taken online. Along with 4 controller ports, the ability to play certain CDs, and the VMU memory cards that doubled as tiny game players, it all added up to an unbelievably innovative console that caught the attention of a lot of the gamers Sony had snatched away. To cap off its smooth development, Sega even managed to sort out their long-standing software issues, and by the time the console launched in America in September 1999, there was an astounding 18 games available to choose from, and the quality was through the roof. Titles like Soul Calibur, Power Stone, Hydro Thunder, House of the Dead 2 and NFL 2K weren't just great looking, but got rave reviews, and Yuji Naka had even been convinced to put together another Sonic game. While Adventure might look a little funky from our modern vantage point, at the time it was considered cutting edge and brought the Dreamcast a huge amount of publicity. In the wake of such a successful launch, it seemed like Sega were genuinely back to their best, and in the words of Peter Moore, then Sega of America Vice President, the Dreamcast was on fire and we really felt like we could do it. Sadly for Sega though, this is a story about tragedy and not triumph, and as quickly as the Dreamcast sprang into life, everything came crashing down. The biggest single underlying problem was that the Dreamcast cost $250 to produce, and in North America they were being sold for $200. Now the idea behind this came from the man responsible for the death of the Saturn, Sega of America CEO Bernie Stoller. Against the will of Sega of Japan, he'd pushed for this pricing model so they could be as aggressive as possible and snap up as much of the market as they could before Sony or Nintendo responded with their own consoles. It's an idea that makes sense if you can take those sorts of losses, but Sega was already $200 million in the red, and between the massive marketing campaigns that were required to launch a system and a $50 per unit loss, After just 12 months, they were almost $400 million in debt and hadn't turned a penny of profit. The other huge factor was the looming presence of Sony. Just 2 weeks after the release of Sega's console, they revealed the PlayStation 2 at TGS, and almost immediately cannibalised a huge amount of the attention that Sega had been getting. With much more advanced internals, the ability to play DVDs out of the box, and the backing of huge companies like Squaresoft, Namco, EA and Konami, the PS2 outdid the Dreamcast at virtually everything it was supposed to be strong at. And when Sony CEO Ken Kutaragi announced that it would be sold for just $250, it was game over. Consumers simply decided to wait for the superior console, and very quickly, the Dreamcast's positive launch began to tail off. Sega simply had too much ground to make up, too little reputation to fall back on, and had done too much damage to their own brand throughout the 90s to realistically ever make any kind of proper recovery. With the console losing the money with every sale, they weren't even able to establish themselves as a smaller producer, and by late 2000, Stoller had been fired and the entire strategy was abandoned. As if things weren't bad enough, that very same year, Nintendo announced their N64 successor, the GameCube, and American tech giant Microsoft unveiled their hyper-powerful new console, the Xbox. With the Dreamcast struggling to maintain momentum when it was the only next-generation console available, it clearly had no hope in a four-way fight. And with just 10 million units sold worldwide, Sega finally accepted defeat. On the 21st of June 2001, the board put out a statement informing customers that support for the Dreamcast would cease immediately, and Sega would be restructuring as a platform-agnostic publisher and developer, bringing an end to 2 decades of home console production. Now obviously for many people this was a deeply sad moment. Sega was a huge part of the industry transforming into what we know today. Millions of people had spent their childhoods and young adult lives on hardware made by the upstart Japanese company. They led the entire market at one point and were responsible for countless classic games. So the idea that they wouldn't be fighting the console wars any longer was something many people struggled to accept. Funny thing is, the move was actually very well received within the industry itself. Even when their consoles were selling terribly, Sega had always maintained a reputation for producing great video games, and off the back of the Dreamcast launch lineup, it felt like their studios were firing on all cylinders. The idea of games like Virtua Fighter, Shenmue, Crazy Taxi and even Sonic being available on other platforms got a lot of people excited. IGN described them as being in the perfect position to become a major publisher and multi-platform developer. Working Design's president Victor Island, when asked about the demise of the Dreamcast, simply said, "It's actually a good thing, because now Sega will survive." While the transition from manufacturer to publisher seems like a fairly natural move, the reality was Sega weren't in a great place to make any kind of change. Even with the end of all console production, they were in obscene amounts of debt, and there was a genuine fear that they might still go out of business. Salvation arrived in the form of chairman Isao Okawa, who rather than see his beloved company disappear forever, wrote a personal loan of more than $500 million to help keep Sega solvent. It was actually the second time he'd done this, as he'd provided $50 million of his own money to help fund the Dreamcast. And despite stereotypes of elderly board members, it was clear that he desperately loved Sega. Just a year after doing this, Okawa would suffer from heart failure, which sadly led to his death. But just before he passed away, he forgave the debts the company owed him and returned almost $700 million worth of stock, single-handedly saving the company with his very last breath. After more than a decade of financial instability, Sega were finally back on track, and followed this up with a massive reorganisation that would allow them to focus on making games. The civil war that had dominated the company's history finally came to a conclusive end, as Sega of America was dramatically reduced in size, and all focus was placed onto the Japanese side of the business. This was then reorganised into 10 unique studios, each with their own president and budget, with the idea being that a high degree of autonomy would allow them to produce quality games and support 3 different consoles while doing so. Star developers like Yu Suzuki, Yuji Naka and Toshihiro Nagoshi all found themselves in charge of these new organisations, and very quickly Sega's teams were busy porting their back catalogue onto the PlayStation, Xbox and GameCube. And so this brings us to Smilebit Corporation, one of these 10 subsidiaries, and where most of the leftover Team Andromeda staff had ended up after the studio's closure. Smilebit was run by President Shun Arai and Assistant President Takayuki Kawagoe, and had found success developing Sega's Japanese sports simulation games, like Derby Suku and J-League Pro Soccer. As the money flowed in, they continued to expand, and by the time of the restructure, Smilebit employed more than 100 people. Now obviously sports games weren't the sort of thing that our ex-Andromeda alumni wanted to be working on, and so Kawagoe had them form a small sub-team where they were allowed to pursue their more creative instincts. This led to the creation of Jet Set Radio, released in 2000 for the Dreamcast and then later re-released on the Xbox as Jet Set Radio Future in 2002. It was a big hit internationally, with both critics and consumers who couldn't get enough of the game's cel-shaded visuals, funky aesthetics and extreme sports-influenced gameplay. When members of Smilebit went to foreign conventions, it seemed people only ever wanted to talk about Jet Set Radio, and this gave Kawagoe the idea to try and expand the studio's ambitions and push out beyond the world of simulated sports games. In 2001, opportunity came knocking when Microsoft and Sega announced a strategic partnership. No fewer than 11 Sega-developed games would be coming to the Xbox, with hopes that this deal would help Microsoft break into Japan and help Sega establish themselves as a major third-party player. Titles like Shenmue, Phantasy Star Online, Sega GT and of course Jet Set Radio were all quickly announced, but much to the surprise of the gaming media, Smilebit would be creating a duo of completely new video games, developed from the ground up for Microsoft's Monster system. The first was a steampunk third-person shooter called Gun Valkyrie, which Kawagoe would be producing himself, but alongside this he wanted another team to start work on a passion project that he'd been trying to get made since Smilebit formed. In early 2001, Akihiko Mukayama, the designer who'd single-handedly saved Saga's battle system and who now worked at Smilebit, was called into Kawagoe's office. The proposal was for him to take charge of a small team and bring back a once popular Sega franchise that he had first-hand experience with, a revival of Panzer Dragoon. Now Mukayama actually refused at first, as he considered Saga to be a pretty definitive end for the franchise, but Kawagoe told him that if he didn't accept, this revival simply wouldn't happen, and not wanting to be responsible for fans missing out, Mukayama reluctantly accepted. At first there had been talk of making a multiplayer game and utilising the Xbox's robust online capabilities, but Mukayama put his foot down. If they were going to make a Panzer Dragoon game, it needed to be a proper Panzer Dragoon game, and that meant a single player rail shooter with a heavy emphasis on graphics and storytelling. Now that suited the ex-Team Andromeda staff just fine, and as word spread that a traditional Panzer Dragoon sequel was being made, younger Smilebit staff began to flock to the project as they were eager to contribute to such a legendary series. With almost 50 staff working on the project, within just a single year they had a fully playable build, and at E3 2002, the first trailer for Panzer Dragoon Orta was shown off to the media. Now, while most of the convention was focused squarely on id Software's Doom 3 and Nintendo's Metroid Prime, Orta caught the eye of a fair few journalists, and quietly, interest in this next-generation version of a 90s classic began to build. When it finally released in late 2002, it seemed that the impossible had happened. Not only were Sega back as a major player in the video game industry, but Panzer Dragoon had been resurrected along with it. Video games in 2002 had come a long way since 1995, when Panzer Dragoon 1 was first released. Arcade-style design was out the window, and in its place, studios from every corner of the globe were trying to tell complex stories, create believable worlds, and push video game design to places it had never been before. That year saw the release of titles like Bethesda's Morrowind, Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and Nintendo's Super Mario Sunshine, games from which you can see a clear and direct line to the popular titles of today. The video game industry was modernising fast, and innovation was something happening on an almost monthly basis. So given that was the atmosphere Smilebit were working in, surprisingly, Panzer Dragoon Orta feels like something of a retro throwback. Thanks to Mukiyama's desire to produce something that stayed true to the series' roots, we find ourselves once again in the realms of the rail shooter. Now, even in 2002, this was a genre that felt like its time had come and gone. While games like Nintendo's Star Fox 64 and Treasure's Sin and Punishment had received critical acclaim, they hadn't inspired a legion of copycats, and really, it was only Sega that was still putting effort into this old school style of video game, with series like Virtua Cop, House of the Dead, and the more experimental Res. Now, as good as these games were, the reality was, they were niche, and nobody had worked out how to make a rail shooter that could cross over into mainstream appeal. This seemingly impossible goal was the primary driver for Mukiyama and his ex-Andromeda team, to take a series and genre that had been very much left in the past and try to reimagine it in a way that would engage modern audiences. Now, the most obvious place to start was how the game looked, as despite being on the Saturn, Panzer Dragoon had always been a series that tried to push its hardware to the limit. Now, the Xbox was a very powerful machine for the early 2000s and far outstripped the graphical potential of both the PlayStation 2 and the GameCube. Its internals were designed to function more like a traditional PC, and with an Intel Pentium 3 processor, an Nvidia-designed GeForce 3 GPU, and an astounding 64 megabytes of memory, there was a huge amount of muscle for developers to tap into. It was so powerful, in fact, that high-end PC games like Half-Life 2 and Doom 3 could be ported onto it, and having the best-looking games was clearly the reputation Microsoft were trying to build for themselves. This was the sort of bar Mukiyama and his team needed to clear in order to stand out, and surprisingly, I think Orta actually does warrant being discussed in that sort of company. It is an absolutely gorgeous-looking game that benefits massively from a quirk interaction between the console and Orta's genre. You see, the Xbox had a function whereby its internal hard drive could be used to cache certain elements of a game in order to dramatically improve performance. It's a nifty little trick, but something that can only be used sparingly in big open titles like Halo or Fable, which needed to have a lot of assets available at the drop of a hat. Thanks to Orta's on-rails design, the team were able to know exactly what needed to be on screen during every single moment of gameplay, and this allowed the caching system to produce a combination of performance and graphical detail that was pretty much unheard of for a console-designed game in 2002. During the first level, we're flying through a war-torn settlement built into a deep ravine, and the sheer quantity of effects and assets on screen is absurd. You have all manner of enemy ships flying in from every direction, building and gun placements blowing up around you, soldiers fighting on the ground far below, and a spotlight illuminated sky looming overhead. With an effect that simulates rain lashing against the screen, it simply looks breathtaking. And without a shred of imagination required, you're transported straight into this strange fantasy world. Thanks to the Xbox's extremely fast load times, Orta's levels are also much more complicated in structure than in its Saturn constricted ancestors. And instead of each stage being based around a single theme, we now quickly pass between lots of varied sequences that make up a bigger whole. In Orta's second level, for example, the opening is a traditional slice of Panzer Dragoon gameplay as we follow a snaking river while fighting against the region's hostile flora and fauna. Eventually this leads into a chase where we hunt down a massive worm and have to follow it through a tight cave system full of obstacles and spinning camera angles. Once you're out, it's straight into a boss fight against two of the beasts, and this is where the level would have ended had this been Panzer Dragoon 1 or Zwei. Instead, the camera twists around, and without a loading screen in sight, the level continues, with us firing lasers out from behind waterfalls as a huge vista spreads out before us. It might just be clever use of pre-rendered images and caching technology, but when combined with the 3D graphics in the foreground, it gives the game a sense of scale that was really quite uncommon for the time. All this contributes to a real sense of adventure, and thanks to the sheer glut of environmental variety and camera trickery, you could easily forget that you're locked onto a completely linear rail. Now, along with a cutting-edge look, the power of the Xbox also allowed Mukiyama and his crew to fulfill some of the ambitions that Futetsugi had laid out all the way back during the development of Panzer Dragoon 1. If you remember, a big influence on the first game was a Namco game called Starblade, which instead of just following a straight line, had the player flying between ships in all manner of cinematic levels. Here that inspiration has been used very literally, and midway through the game we get an eye-popping sequence where Orta and her dragon go head to head with a full-strength Imperial fleet. The environment itself is just a simple skybox with clouds running along the bottom of the playable space, but the way that the path we follow contorts into all manner of angles makes this feel like a high-intensity dogfight, and it's something that simply wasn't possible when Futetsugi first put together this series. Again, in past Panzer Dragoon games, this would have been enough for an entire level, but here the Empire's flagship turns up and the whole stage flips on its head, sending us along its bow while we blow holes in the hull and avoid its defence systems, before ending up in a monstrous boss fight against its mechanical figurehead. It really feels like a throwback to the Shellkoof level in Zwei, although this time it's reimagined with swirling camera angles, high quality graphical effects and an utterly colossal scale. A comparison between the two almost feels unfair, but remember, only 5 years had passed between the two games, and it really stands as a testament to how far the industry had come in such a short amount of time. Now, while pretty graphics are enough to grab people's attention, that would never be enough on its own, and Mukiyama knew that some pretty serious reinvention would also be required. At first glance, Orta might look like just a facelift, and to be fair, the foundations of the gameplay are pretty much identical to those found in Team Andromeda's classics. We fight with a combination of a homing laser and a rapid fire gun. You use a radar to counterattack against foes from every direction, and you've got to learn boss and enemy patterns in order to avoid taking damage. It's a simple premise, and it works just as well as it did back then. You have to kill things and avoid being killed yourself. Now, just like its ancestors, the game could have easily been left there, but after playing through it, Mukiyama felt that the game was a little boring and wanted to implement some of the more complex systems that he'd worked on during Saga. And this brings us to what Orta does differently, as despite that surface level similarity, its gameplay has a surprising amount of innovations that really do try to take the genre forwards. The biggest is that, just like in Saga, you can change your dragon's type, and this is a big part of the moment-to-moment gameplay. Your basic mode functions just like the dragons of the past. It has a homing laser which can target 8 foes, a gun for shooting down missiles, and the berserk attack from Zwei, complete with its negative screen effect. It's the backbone of your arsenal and what you'll likely be using as you feel your way through the levels. Now, by pressing Y, you'll transform into the Heavy Wing, which can only target 3 enemies at a time but does much more damage. With a full berserk gauge, you can unleash a beam attack which tears through virtually everything, boss and mini-boss alike, and asks you to consider not just when you're spending your berserk attack, but which version you're using. Another press of the Y button sees us switch into the third form, the Glide Wing, which can't use the homing laser and instead upgrades your gun to a rapid-fire auto-targeting cannon that does very little damage but is amazing at shooting down enemy attacks. With a much bigger health bar and a berserk attack that heals you, there's a pretty clear system at play here. The Heavy Wing is your DPS class, the Glide Wing is your defensive class, and then the Base Wing is an all-rounder that can do a bit of everything. This system makes each level and each encounter not just a matter of learning enemy patterns, but of working out which class is best suited and switching between them on the fly to optimise your damage output and preserve your health. It's an interesting way to mix up the gameplay that the series was built upon, which did have a tendency to get stale after a while, but Mukiyama's team pushed this even further by incorporating another system on top of it. You now have an entirely new move, gliding, which allows you to either speed up or slow down, and is governed by a set of recharging points that differ based on which class you're playing as. The base wing has 2, the glide wing has 3, and the heavy wing can't do it at all, which means you're not only balancing your health and damage, but also your manoeuvrability. It's particularly important because boss fights have seen a massive redesign and are now based around a version of the box system from Panzer Dragoon Saga. Just like in that game, you're circling around enemies, dodging attacks and hunting for weak points, only now your movement is governed by your glide points. And unlike in Saga, where everything had a very methodical and strategic air to it, Orta uses this system to create a pulse-pounding dance of reflex-based gameplay. You're constantly trying to work out which type you should be in, when you should be dodging or gliding to a different spot, and weighing up which berserk attack to use. And remember, this is all on top of a gameplay foundation that was already very solid. They're great additions to the series, and really Orta is at its best when it's mixing up the established formula and providing new takes on the ideas of the past. In episode 5, your dragon is injured, and the whole level takes place from the ground, just like in the opening moments of Zwei. Now, where that game used this idea to ease players into its gameplay as a pseudo-tutorial, Orta does the opposite, and by stripping away some of the complexity, namely your ability to switch types and glide, it changes the flow of the game into something much more skill-based. With your dragon twisting and turning across snowdrifts, and with enemies disappearing in and out of the white haze, it becomes a real test of your aim and trigger finger, and takes something that could easily be very dull and makes it memorable. That's also true of how Orta handles its alternative routes, and unlike in Zwei, they aren't just used as a way to modify difficulty. While there are a handful of levels that are based around simple Route A or Route B structures, the idea is more that levels react to your actions, and often the routes are implemented in much more subtle ways. For example, in episode 6, there's a section where you'll continuously fly around a circuit until you can turn off 4 switches. Depending on how many you can activate, the loop changes its structure and presents different challenges and enemies until you can escape. There are also quite a few routes that only activate depending on your performance against certain bosses or in particular combat sections, with completely different branching paths for victory or failure. It makes that whole exploration element feel much more naturally baked into the game's design, and instead of constantly being on the lookout for different routes, you just play through the game and allow it to take you on whatever path your performance dictates. Mukiyama's goal had been to create a game that both honoured the past and took it into the future, and I think it's safe to say that Orta absolutely achieves that. In many ways, it's the ultimate cinematic rail shooter, combining gorgeous visuals with mechanical complexity and thoughtful level design, which is all layered on top of the series' classic gameplay, which had never really aged in the first place. It's an excellent example of pure video game design. But Panzer Dragoon had always been much more than just a gameplay experience, and outside of this, Orta is a much more uneven package. In an interview with Playback Podcast given years after Orta's release, Mukiyama revealed that he always approached video game design by putting together the mechanics first, and then would try to wrap the art design, cutscenes and narrative around his core mechanical ideas. Now, this isn't a particularly strange way to make video games, but it was surprisingly different to how Team Andromeda had put together Panzer Dragoon back in 1995. If you cast your memory back to the start of this video, they had spent months designing their world, characters and story before they even had Saturns to work on. By contrast, this is the one place where Orta feels very lacking, and its biggest weakness is easily its story, with everything outside of the gameplay feeling like an uncomfortable fit with the rest of the franchise. Our main character is Orta, a girl who's a prisoner atop a tall tower in the middle of a Sega settlement. One night, an Imperial fleet deploys a host of terrifying creatures known as dragon mares, and in a blaze of death, they rain fire on the Seekers and attempt to kill Orta. In true Panzer Dragoon fashion, she's saved at the last moment by a heroic dragon, who looks faintly like the Solo Wing from past games, and thus begins our adventure. Orta flees through the burning town as the Empire and their Dragon Mare unit give chase, and after destroying the capital ship that began the assault, she makes her escape. Thing is, her path to freedom is blocked by a creature called Abad, a drone of the ancient age whose sole purpose seems to be using genetic science to try and revive the beings of the past. So far, he's only managed to create the Dragon Mares for the Empire, but upon seeing Orta, he decides to betray his allegiances and tells our heroine that she must accompany him before streaking off into the distance. After this, we get a brief shot of an Empire facility called the Cradle, where radio chatter informs us that the Empire have mobilised a second fleet to hunt down both Orta and Abad, as they believe that with the two in their captivity, they can create more Dragon Mares and further their goal of world domination. Now, I found this premise to be an extremely disappointing way to return to the world of Panzer Dragoon, and in many ways Orta feels less like a sequel and more like a reboot or remake of the very first game. The whole point of the conclusion of Saga was that the power of the ancient age was finally destroyed, and without the Zestron network holding it down, humanity could carve out its own path, free from the shackles of the past. There are so many potential places that you could take this story, and so to end up with a faceless evil empire, misusing ancient technology, and a mystery dragon that saves a voiceless protagonist, well, it just feels surprisingly unambitious. Important plot points like why Orta was imprisoned, why the Empire were trying to kill her, where Abad was discovered and why he was working for the Empire are all never explained, and instead the majority of Orta's cutscenes revolve around her exploring the world and learning about its people. There's nothing inherently wrong with any of this, and a lot of these scenes are actually quite charmingly put together, but it's hard to forget about the many elephants in the room, especially when they feel so critical to the narrative Orta is trying to tell. This lack of context gets even worse as the story progresses, as in episode 7 we get a big surprise reveal, but instead of answering any of our questions, it simply raises even more. After finally tracking down Abad, our hero is taken deep underground into an ancient ruin, and after battling through its contorted halls, she discovers that it is still connected to the Zestron network, which beckons her inside to discover the truth of her origin. Now this leads to a level that takes place entirely within the ancient network, and story criticisms aside, it is easily my favourite part of the entire game. Everything is just utterly otherworldly, from the strange enemies to the voice clips that play, to the misshapen paths you follow, and it feels like a rail shooter interpretation of the finale of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Eventually Orta emerges from this maelstrom of images into a serene sanctuary, and it's here we get our big reveal. Floating before her is a being made of energy, and from within it comes a familiar voice. It is a recorded message from Azel, a lament for the cruelness of the world they inhabit, and a message of hope that her creation might find purpose in a way that she never did. That creation is Orta, the daughter of both Azel and Edge, made from their DNA recovered from within Zestron, and the only being in existence that is both human and drone. It's a shocking revelation, but again, it's robbed of its narrative potential because this whole storyline pretty much ends up going nowhere. Once the recording is finished, Abad turns up and reveals that his entire plan had been to take control of Orta's body and reproduce enough drones to take over the planet. After they do battle and Orta defeats him, he escapes out of the network and into the Empire's Cradle facility, aiming to use the Dragon Mares to destroy humanity. Obviously, Orta and the dragon give chase, which leads to a final few levels that revolve around battling the Empire's forces, killing the remaining Dragon Mares, and then once and for all destroying Abad, which ends the game. Questions about Orta's purpose and her creation are not only never answered, but are never even returned to. And despite the entire game's story seeming to hinge on this moment, it ultimately has no impact on the plot whatsoever. Once again, it's just a waste of potential, and it's so painfully obvious that the story was crafted to fit the gameplay, rather than the other way round. Now, before you jump to its defense and accuse me of over-criticism, this is actually something that the development team have acknowledged in recent interviews, with particularly harsh words coming from Mukiyama himself. Apparently, he'd originally wanted to set the game in an alternative universe and have it function more like a Gaiden side game, rather than a true sequel. Unfortunately, marketing and localization teams pushed for it to have closer ties to Zwei and Saga, and it's not impossible to think that the inclusion of Azul took place under this pressure and happened quite late on in the process. In an interview with Polygon, Mukiyama was asked exactly what Orta meant, and he sheepishly replied that while it didn't actually mean anything, he'd come to think of it as Panzerese for alternative, potentially hinting that his original intentions might not have been to make such a direct sequel. The final element of Panzer Dragoon Orta that we need to discuss is its Pandora's Box mode, which was a late addition after early builds of the game received feedback that it didn't really have enough content to warrant a full price release. The game was delayed by a few months in order to give the team time to bulk it out, and the result is a very strange mixture of modes and unlockables that round out the Orta experience. Now, Pandora's Box had been a feature of Panzer Dragoon since the very first game, and was essentially a secondary mode you unlocked after you finished your first playthrough, which allowed you to create your own custom run by changing certain metrics and adding in certain features. For almost everything you do in Orta, whether that's beating a level or getting a certain score or even just for time spent playing the game, you unlock items in the box, and frankly there's a pretty amazing spread of features to get stuck into. Along with the aforementioned box mode, there's also a fully playable version of Panzer Dragoon 1, which is a great addition considering the quality of the game and quite how unavailable it already was by 2002. It's surprising that moves like this weren't done more frequently, as it's the perfect way to introduce new fans to the series' roots and adds a good couple of hours to Orta's runtime. The same can't be said for all the elements of Pandora's Box, as most of them are quite low quality and were pretty obviously thrown together at the last moment. The worst offender is easily a series of side scenarios called the Episodians, which you unlock as you complete levels of the main story. Each one follows an Imperial orphan called Ivor Demilcol, as he's enrolled in the Imperial Academy after his father dies at the hands of Orta and her dragon. It's a surprisingly fleshed out story, with Ivor learning to let go of his obsession with revenge and eventually falling in league with the Seekers and defending their hidden settlements against both the creatures of Zestron and the Empire. The problem really is that the levels themselves are absolutely god awful and represent exactly the sort of filler content that pads out a game at the expense of its quality. In almost all of the levels you pilot an Imperial pod ship, and it controls just like the dragon, except you now also have to arbitrarily hold A to keep the ship in the air. That might not sound like a huge deal, but it utterly balks the smooth controls that characterise the rest of the game, and as crashes are almost always an instant restart, it's just torturous to play through for very little reward. Funnily enough, the element that I most enjoyed was Orta's unlockable encyclopedia, which slowly fills out with surprisingly detailed entries as you play through the main story. Easily its most interesting content is the additional lore that explores how the world of Panzer Dragoon went from the destruction of the Empire at the end of Saga to this new status quo in Orta. Essentially, the events we saw as the Divine Visitor were interpreted very differently by those left behind. And considering the introduction of this video was all about how history is often defined by those who live to write it, I was taken aback to see the very same concept here in the encyclopedia. Characters like Kramen, Arwen and Zastrava are now seen as brutal terrorists, and the Emperor and his forces are remembered as heroes, who not only defeated the villainous Black Fleet, but managed to deactivate the tower and avenge the loss of Zoa. Apparently in the world of Orta, the Emperor's selfless sacrifice was so legendary that it's even celebrated with an annual feast, and not a single person would even recognise the names Edge or Azel as anything special whatsoever. It's an amazingly mature take on fantasy writing that mimics how our own history is often warped and twisted to suit those who are in control, and it's such a disappointment that none of this made it into Orta's actual storytelling. Ultimately, Panzer Dragoon Orta is a bit of a strange package. Its gameplay is undeniably excellent, taking the formula that shot the franchise to stardom and iterating on it in really thoughtful ways that showed Mukiyama and his team really knew what they were doing when it came to mechanics and systems. It truly is a celebration of everything that came before it, somehow feeling like a successor to both Zwei and Saga and taking full advantage of the Xbox's power while doing so. The issue is that Panzer Dragoon was always about much more than just gameplay and graphics, and it desperately misses that flair for world building and storytelling that have kept people talking about this series all these years later. As the final cutscene plays and we see Orta walk off into her new life, we're not really any the wiser about where she's come from or where she's going, and it's unsurprising that the game ends on such a note of uncertainty, when it was born out of pressure and duty rather than the unbridled creativity of the past. When Panzer Dragoon Orta released, the critical reception was pretty universally positive, as most outlets that covered it couldn't help but be wowed by its next-generation visuals and impressive reimagining of the rail shooter genre. In fact, it was reviewing so well that it even ended up on quite a few best-of lists, with Famitsu ranking it alongside Metal Gear and Legend of Zelda as one of the finest games of 2002. With Jet Set Radio Future also raking in critical praise, it seemed like Kawagoe's plan had paid off handsomely, and Smilebit would soon be recognised as a major player in the industry. But as the months of 2003 ticked by, bad news started to come out of various outlets. Panzer Dragoon Orta had only managed to sell a paltry 50,000 units worldwide in its first 6 months, and even though it was the 5th highest selling Xbox game in Japan, the console had an absolutely tiny install base, which meant that accolade didn't really mean much at all. In the UK and Europe, where the Xbox was doing much better, Orta was an utter flop, selling just 10,000 copies, and by Sega's next fiscal report, the game's commercial performance wasn't even mentioned. It's hard not to look at this and blame the console itself, as with the power of hindsight, Orta was never the sort of game that was going to appeal to owners of the Xbox. Its popularity was driven by franchises like Splinter Cell, Halo and Project Gotham, realistic and grounded Western-style games, and pretty much everything that Panzer Dragoon wasn't. In some alternative universe, Sega's exclusivity deal was struck with Nintendo, and Orta was released on the GameCube, where it would have likely found a much more accommodating player base that were more familiar with the quirks of Japanese development and might have given its psychedelic, old-school gameplay a second look. Alas, we're living in the universe where it missed the mark, and for a second time, consumers sent Sega the message that they simply weren't interested in Panzer Dragoon, which led to another, and this time far more permanent, retirement. Now sadly for Sega, the failure of Panzer Dragoon Orta was somewhat symptomatic of their entire software strategy, and even with the restructure, things were slowly sliding back towards the negative place that they'd only just emerged from. Most of the games produced during this period dramatically underperformed, and as the initial excitement of seeing Sega games on other platforms waned, the company struggled to keep anyone interested. Titles like Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, Crazy Taxi 3, Phantasy Star Online Episode 3, and of course Smilebit's own Gun Valkyrie hardly made any impact, and once again big budgetary losses were becoming the norm. In fact, across this entire generation, their very best-selling game was a port of Sonic Adventure 2 to the GameCube, which just about managed to crack 1.5 million copies sold, an utterly pitiful number in an industry that was absolutely booming. In 2004, a majority stake in the company was bought by Sammy Corporation, a Japanese pachinko and gambling machine company, and Sega was once again reorganised, this time with everything being focused on making sure they were profitable. The age of creatives had finally come to an end, and Sega's reputation as a company that followed its nose and published strange and unique games also died with it. Now, to be fair, this did right the ship, and they've since found a decent level of success as a publisher, helping to distribute and fund popular series like Creative Assembly's Total War, Sports Interactive's Football Manager, and a whole host of Atlas games like Shin Megami Tensei and Persona. While Sonic is still alive and well, and the Yakuza series has grown into a pretty big deal, they're a very different company nowadays, and really the story of Panzer Dragoon tracks the story of Sega. Born out of naive ambition, valiantly fighting battles that it couldn't possibly win, and garnering critical praise without commercial success, before finally burning out in a blaze of misunderstood glory. Thing is, while Sega transformed and survived, Panzer Dragoon was left behind. That might seem like the end of our story, but there's one thread we've left unpulled. What happened to the series creator, Yukio Futatsugi, after his sudden departure from Team Andromeda? Well, the answer is a surprising story that actually leads us back to Panzer Dragoon. After handing in his notice at Sega, Futatsugi took a job at Konami, where he helped with the development of Ring of Red, an alternative history, mech-based strategy RPG, which actually takes quite a bit of influence from Panzer Dragoon Saga. Somewhat surprisingly, Futatsugi isn't actually mentioned in the game's credits, and while he talks about working on Ring of Red in interviews about his career, it's likely he wasn't a big part of the team, and shortly after, he found himself taking a different job at Sony. This brief partnership produced a single game, Genshi no Kotoba, and in Futatsugi's own words, it was a very casual Sony-style game, which he wasn't particularly interested in working on. For someone who'd pushed the boundaries of video game design and led such an influential studio just a few years earlier, this was all small fry stuff, and despite wanting to get out of that high-stress environment, the call to follow his creative instinct was far too strong. In 2003, the opportunity fell into his lap, and surprisingly, it came about thanks to the partnership between Microsoft and Sega. Thanks to the poor financial return from that 11-game exclusivity deal, Xbox CEO Peter Moore had decided to change up their strategy. Instead of striking deals with third-party developers, they would set up their own studios and directly fund the kinds of games that they felt could expand their market share. One of these was Microsoft Studio Japan, and the man placed in charge was none other than Yukio Futatsugi. Now, the full history of this studio and the single game they produced, 2004's Phantom Dust, is a long and complicated story, well worthy of its own video. So instead, we'll have to settle for the short version. Essentially, Phantom Dust is a real-time action card game that works by blending fully 3D movement with a deck of spells that you design before a match and pick up from around the map. There's an astounding level of depth to its gameplay, and if you've ever enjoyed the deck building of Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering, you'll almost certainly fall in love with Phantom Dust's fighting game inspired take on the genre. It's also very good looking, and actually used rendering technology that had been designed for Gears of War, a game that had been built for the Xbox 360. With an amazing Neo-Matrix 1990s aesthetic, it's a triumph of art direction, as well as game design, and exactly the sort of unique experience you'd expect from Futatsugi. Now, Phantom Dust's release was somewhat of a mess, and just like Orta 2 years earlier, it didn't really matter how great the game was when the Japanese market simply didn't care about the Xbox. Its launch month was so bad that Microsoft even cancelled its Western release, and it took the rights being purchased by Majesco for it to even hit shelves in the rest of the world. For Futatsugi, it was a second major bomb on his CV, and essentially meant that no major publisher would put him in charge of a studio ever again. But in a strange way, it also sort of contributed to his mystique as a creator. From a commercial perspective, his games were utterly terrible, but when considered as experiences or works of art, well, they're virtually unparalleled. This strange dichotomy of awful sales and massive cult appreciation meant that as the 2000s rolled past, Futatsugi was still considered a legendary designer and had a lot of good faith with fans that he'd built up over the years. The obvious next step was to set up his own company, and in 2007, Grounding Inc. was formed by Futatsuki and two other famous Japanese developers, Mineko Okamura and Nobuo Hotta, who had worked on games like Space Channel 5, 99 Nights and Meteos. For the first few years, the studio pretty much exclusively worked on smaller downloadable titles, and it wouldn't be until 2010 that their first major project would be announced. At E3 2013, Crimson Dragon was revealed to the gaming media, and for all intents and purposes, it was a rebirth of Panzer Dragoon, and a reunion of all the biggest names from Team Andromeda. Tomohiro Kondo, Manabu Kusunoki and Sayori Kobayashi were all involved, handling game design, art direction and music, just like back in the halcyon days of the mid-90s, and excitement couldn't have been higher to return to the world of rail shooter Dragon combat. It's the sort of situation fans dream of, and imaginations ran wild at what this incredible reunion could produce. It's this excitement and potential that makes the story of Crimson Dragon so much more painful, as when it was released on November 22nd, 2013, it quickly became clear that this was anything but a successor to the throne of Panzer Dragoon. Crimson Dragon is set on the planet Draco, a colony of Earth that's being ravaged by a plague known as Crimson Scale. This sickness is a death sentence with no known cure, and thanks to that, the people of Draco are completely cut off from Earth, quarantined away to stop the virus ever escaping. Now luckily for the humans who live there, this sickness will very rarely, instead of leading to the carrier's death, allow the host to communicate with the dragons that give the planet its name, and with the right training, they can also be brought under human control. We play as one of these lucky few, the newest recruit in the military's Icarus division, a group of dragon riders with one sole purpose: to discover a cure for the Crimson Scale. It's an engaging premise, but sadly, Crimson Dragon never really capitalises on this promise, as it's a game that is amazingly unconcerned with storytelling of any kind. There are no cutscenes to watch, very little meaningful dialogue, and you never even see your character, who always operates as a disembodied voice rather than a real actor with any agency. In fact, outside of flying your dragon, the entire game is really just a set of menus from which you select missions, tinker around with equipment, and buy items in the shop. The reason for this is that on release, Crimson Dragon was a live service game, and the entire gameplay cycle was designed around earning in-game currency to spend on upgrading your dragon in order to take on increasingly difficult versions of the game's 20-something missions. It had daily login bonuses, premium currency that could only be purchased, and even went as far as to gate off certain levels behind a paywall, which either required huge amounts of grinding or players to get their wallets out. This structure unsurprisingly took a huge amount of criticism, and under pressure from dissatisfied buyers and negative reviews, this cycle was eventually patched out. Now, while I'd never complain about a company rolling back such a grotesque misfire, the issue is that even with these changes, Crimson Dragon still isn't an enjoyable experience, and it has some fundamental problems that affect every single moment of gameplay. The biggest is that the control scheme that defined every single Panzer Dragoon rail shooter has been jettisoned, and in its place we now use a 2-analog setup, with movement on the left and aiming on the right. You'd expect this to create a much more modern action game feel, but it surprisingly doesn't fit with the genre in the slightest. The Panzer Dragoon games were meticulously crafted to work around a slow pace of movement, and really you were meant to shoot down most enemy attacks rather than avoid them. This fundamental concept is what allowed for the 360-degree camera, as while you couldn't move your dragon, you weren't really supposed to. Instead of this delicate balance of attack and counter-attack, Crimson Dragon simply floods every single screen with an insane amount of enemy attacks, and you're meant to avoid damage by mashing the LB and RB buttons, which now do a barrel roll. As shooting is done with the triggers, it means you're using both thumbsticks and all 4 shoulder buttons almost constantly, and it's a profoundly uncomfortable way to control a game. It also means that we no longer control the direction our rider is facing, and this has been dropped in favour of a totally directed camera that always points you towards the action. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with this, as that's the way that almost all rail shooters work, but Crimson Dragon's camera is just awful. It whips around to seemingly random angles with almost no warning, and instead of contributing to the action, it just creates a sense of disorientation, where you're never sure what you're supposed to be looking at. That's made all the worse by how its levels actually work, as instead of each mission having its own unique design, Crimson Dragon reuses the same 5 areas over and over. The difference between one mission to the next is just a matter of what random path you take through its scenery, and objectives never vary beyond killing a set amount of enemies or collecting a set amount of beacons. It's criminally dull even without the paywalling, so I can only imagine how tiresome this was to play through when you had to grind these missions to make progress. Now, there is one lone innovation, and that's the game's tiny amount of free-flying sections where you do battle with gigantic boss creatures. Now, they were all designed by Manabu Kusunoki, and with his characteristic otherworldly style, they look extremely cool and are easily the game's standout visual moment. Unfortunately though, bad controls once again ruined the party, and the dual analog setup feels like it wasn't even tested. Having your aiming and movement separated is bad enough when you're on a rail, but in free flight mode it is virtually uncontrollable, and actually trying to position yourself or accurately shoot is so much harder than it needs to be. Games like Rogue Squadron and Star Fox 64 nailed these sorts of levels almost 20 years earlier, so it's pretty baffling that a team of veterans could mess this up so profoundly. The final piece in this unpleasant puzzle is the game's RPG systems, which away from the microtransactions and intended gameplay loop just simply don't work. You're constantly getting credits and resources that you can use in all manner of ways. There's evolving your dragon, teaching it new attacks, a rock paper scissors elemental system, temporary upgrades, and even buying new dragons altogether, but none of it really feels like it contributes meaningfully to the core gameplay. It's hard to know if this is thanks to the changes Grounding had to make, but never at any point in any of my playthroughs did I feel like any of this mattered. It instead comes across as a lot of noise on screen, and while bars are constantly filling and you're constantly getting notifications, you very quickly just tune it all out. Possibly the strangest of these systems is that you can hire a wingman to accompany you on your missions, and these are drawn from other Crimson Dragon players via Xbox Live. I think the idea is to have your friends be able to fly with you, but as there are no power brackets, you can hire absurdly high level dragons that essentially play the game for you. And by doing this in one playthrough, I finished almost half the game in about 30 minutes, and I'm amazed that this clearly broken system was never patched out. To cap off this strange experience, Crimson Dragon also has a hilariously bad ending. All throughout the game, Icarus Division are in this ongoing conflict with a massive creature called the White Phantom, which scientists theorise might have started the plague. About halfway through the game, you discover a hidden city, which was the first place to be attacked by the Phantom, and despite there not being much in the way of plot, it feels like the game is building to a crescendo and maybe the discovery of a cure. Except, that doesn't happen. When you finally defeat the beast, all you get is a cutscene that explains how everything that's happened in Crimson Dragon is just an experiment by the people of Earth to see if Crimson Scale can cause immortality. Apparently the test is about to be reset, and the implication is that the events of the game have repeated for millions of years. A torturously recurring cycle that ironically mirrors the experience of playing through the game itself. It's both surprising and saddening that Crimson Dragon turned out the way it did, and it's honestly quite hard to work out exactly how all this potential ended up being wasted. It would be very easy to put the blame squarely on Futatsugi. After all, it had been a while since he'd directed a game of this kind, and just because Team Andromeda had got back together, that doesn't necessarily mean that the magic was still there. Personally, I think the lion's share of the blame actually lies with Microsoft. Originally, Crimson Dragon had been announced as Project Draco, a Kinect game for the Xbox 360, and then when that system went belly up, it was shifted to the Xbox One, where Microsoft were obsessing over the always online, service-driven future. Considering that the game would have at one point been controlled entirely with a camera, and then had to be ported to a whole new console and redesigned to include monetization. And well, I think we can safely say this was not a smooth development process. I'm sure the finished product was far from what Futatsugi had originally envisaged, and given his history, I can't help but give him the benefit of the doubt here. In interviews during the run-up to Crimson Dragon's release, Futatsugi told journalists that if it sold well, he had dreams of a whole new franchise. Sequels and films, and even a Crimson Dragon RPG to act as a spiritual successor to Panzer Dragoon Saga. Sadly, with reviews in the gutter and player numbers dwindling, Microsoft pulled the plug on the franchise, and despite everything seeming to line up perfectly, Panzer Dragoon's great rebirth spluttered and faded away. Rather more sadly, Crimson Dragon would end up being the last major game that Yukio Futatsugi would work on, and as of the release of this video, Grounding have gone back to producing smaller games and assisting with work on other studios' projects. It's always hard to write about someone you admire not getting what they deserve, but the reality is that even with the failure of Crimson Dragon, Futatsugi is still a beloved and well-respected figure in the industry. Given everything he went through over the years, I think he's earned some time out of the spotlight, away from the stressful and often unrewarding world of AAA development. And so, for the longest time, that was it. After a misguided attempt to revive the series, Panzer Dragoon slipped into forgotten history, and outside of the discussions of Saturn enthusiasts and particularly loyal series fans, it was rarely ever spoken about. You see, unlike other consoles from the 90s, the Sega Saturn was notoriously difficult to emulate thanks to its complex design, and this massively impacted the chance of a new generation of fans discovering its hidden gems. Series like Metroid, Earthbound and Fire Emblem experienced explosions of interest thanks to their emulation communities. And this method of revisiting the classics of the past allowed people to play games that had never released in their regions, like Parasite Eve or Xenogears. Without this lifeline, Panzer Dragoon slipped further and further into irrelevance. And by the late 2010s, even the most hardcore of retro video game players had likely never spent much time with it. Saga in particular transformed from a critically acclaimed holy grail into something more akin to an asset. Something that wealthy collectors would hunt down and then keep under lock and key, with the idea of actually playing the game a mere afterthought compared to its absurd value on the secondary market. The series wasn't just dead, it was extinct, and with every year that passed, fewer and fewer people remembered quite how special it had been. This then made it all the more surprising when out of nowhere, completely unannounced, midway through the September 19th, 2019 Nintendo Direct, an all too familiar trumpet began to sound.
Holy oh my fucking god, I actually might cry. Oh my god. Oh my god, Panzer Dragoon? Wait. Oh! Oh!
It was an incredible moment. Not only were millions of people being exposed to the franchise for the very first time, but it looked like a remake being put together with real love for the original game. As if that wasn't enough to get the blood pumping, shortly after the trailer released, it was announced by developer Megapixel Studio that they were already working on a remake of Zwei, and for the first time in almost 20 years, it felt like Panzer Dragoon had a future. As its March 2021 release date drew closer, excitement had built to a fever pitch. And then just like with Crimson Dragon before it, everything suddenly came crashing down. Reviews were surprisingly negative, and most worryingly, they didn't seem to all agree on what exactly was the problem. Some criticised its graphics, others its controls, and for a lot of outlets, the very concept of a full-price, arcade-style rail shooter was enough to deduct quite a few points. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, these are all valid points, and the remake is quite a mixed bag for both newcomers and fans of the original Saturn version. For starters, it's full of an absolute metric ton of tiny little issues, which don't exactly make for a bad game, but reduce my enjoyment of this version quite dramatically. It might seem petty, but I hate how they've included this big flashing skip button in the bottom right of the opening cinematic. Panzer Dragoon is a series that was built on the groundbreaking artistic direction of its FMVs, and I can't fathom why you'd want to actively encourage players to skip past them, especially when Megapixel have broadly done a pretty good job of remaking them. Sadly, the same can't be said for the gameplay and my beloved homing laser, where that beautiful symphony of input, sound and feedback has been utterly butchered. There's just something not right about how it feels, like it's too weak and lacks the destructive punch of its Saturn cousin. Considering that the entire game is built around this one move, it's a pretty big issue, even though it might not seem like it to the untrained eye and ear. Similarly, there's something really off about the way the dragon's wings animate while you're flying, and each beat of its wings seems much larger than it was on the Saturn. It can often obscure your vision, especially when you're using the 360-degree camera. Another odd change is that the game now has some pretty meaty loading screens, which is particularly surprising as the Saturn original had virtually none. As quite a few of the levels have seen redesigns that allow them to flow continuously rather than need transitions, it's peculiar to see the opposite happen in between stages, and it does slow down the pace quite a bit. Considering this is a very small and pretty simple game by modern standards, I can't for the life of me work out what exactly is requiring 30 to 40 seconds of loading in between these quite graphically basic stages. Now the biggest changes are obviously aesthetic, and Megapixel have redesigned a lot of the levels without actually touching the path that you trace through them. When this works, it works really well, and a lot of the additional details really complement the atmosphere without detracting from it. Levels like Episode 1 and 6 have a great deal more going on screen, but at their core, they're still recognisably their old selves, and it doesn't feel like a bunch of extra assets have just been thrown together to give it a facelift. The greatest triumph is easily Episode 4, The Underground Ruins, which in the original had a tendency to look a little samey, thanks to the single texture that was plastered onto every single one of its walls. Here it's all just a little softer, and there's this really haunting glow to the Zestran creatures, which adds just a little bit more threat to each of the rooms that you blast through. Now the flip side of these redesigns is Episode 5, which is where Megapixel's bigger ambitions utterly fall apart. The original level was just a flat forest texture where you fought the massed forces of the Empire, and here it's been reimagined as a luscious jungle valley. The problem is that thanks to the way the walls of the valley reach up on both sides, it's now really hard to see enemies after they've appeared on your radar, and it leads to a lot of damage that feels pretty unfair. While the original level was dull to look at, its simplicity complemented the gameplay, which was a monster dogfight against a ton of enemies, and that seems to have been somehow missed. Honestly though, it's not all that different. In fact, it's so similar that I was able to blast through it in a single credit, because all of the enemy placements and boss mechanics and twists and turns are all literally identical. It's Panzer Dragoon with a fairly cheap facelift, and that brings me to what I consider to be its biggest issue, and really a problem that plagues many modern remakes. Simply put, I don't really understand what the purpose behind this release was, or why Sega even contracted Megapixel to make this game. If the plan was to bring Panzer Dragoon back in from the cold and make it available on modern systems, we'd have been much better off with a simple collection, taking Panzer Dragoon, Zwei, Saga and Orta and bundling them together just like we've seen with Castlevania, Mega Man and countless other older franchises. Clearly that wasn't the objective, but then it doesn't look like updating the game for a modern audience was either. In recent years, the quality of some remakes has gone through the roof, and titles like Final Fantasy VII and Resident Evil 2 have shown that you can put together something that appeals to modern audiences while still keeping the identity of the older title. The Panzer Dragoon remake doesn't even attempt anything like this, which is particularly surprising because its sequels are responsible for so many rail shooter innovations that have become the expected norm. Would anyone really have complained if the roots from Zwei or the transformations from Orta had been worked into this game? Or would any complaints have been raised if the separation between levels had been broken down and we now went on one continuous adventure from cliffside to stormy sea. It's just all so unambitious, neither pushing the bow out as a remake or honouring the series it comes from. A middle-of-the-road, low-effort package that left old fans confused and which newcomers wouldn't even look twice at. It's an odd situation because while you'd think this would all point towards a commercial flop, the Panzer Dragoon remake actually sold quite well and made more than double its budget. Now you could easily attribute this to the game not costing a huge amount to make, but it does beg the question, where are the rest of the games? Well, as of February 2023, there hasn't been a single update about the status of that supposedly already half-finished Zwei remake. And Megapixel Studio have even released a few other games since then, which leads me to believe that it may well have been cancelled. That outpouring of interest after the surprise Nintendo Direct trailer was really a one-time thing, made possible by decades of absence and an ever-growing mystique around this lost franchise. And it really just feels like a massive opportunity was missed. Instead of a triumphant return, the remake simply seemed to confirm that the series' best days were behind it, and in a story of undeserved failure and honourable mistakes, this might be the greatest tragedy of them all. At the start of this video, we spoke about why games are remembered, and what it is that keeps certain franchises alive, while others fall by the wayside. The cold hard truth is that even back in the Wild West of the 1990s, the answer has always been sales, and without financial success, even the most captivating and imaginative video games will struggle to create a legacy that stands the test of time. The simple fact is that without people to remember a game, or a series, or a studio, or even a console, it will eventually be forgotten. Should we need any further evidence of this, in March 2021, if you can believe it, yet another Panzer Dragoon remake was announced, this time reimagined as a VR experience called Panzer Dragoon Voyage Record. The news was met with nothing. No excitement, no attention, and no interest. Preview trailers on YouTube sit at mere hundreds of views, miles from the excitable response of hardcore fans in 2020 and unrecognisable from the magazine hype of the late 90s and early 2000s. As of this video's release, there hasn't been any updates about either Voyage Record or the Phantom Zwei remake in over 2 years. And while radio silence doesn't necessarily mean cancellation, it would take a brave man to bet on them ever seeing the light of day. In fact, this January it was the series' 25th anniversary, and outside of a touching acoustic performance by series composer Sayori Kobayashi, this milestone passed by with almost zero fanfare, unacknowledged by Sega and all but forgotten by those who had once loved it. It was this realisation that Panzer Dragoon was about to fade into obscurity that made me want to put together this video and make sure that out there, somewhere, was a record of its place in the industry. A testament to not only its unique identity as a family of video games, but also the series' importance in the story of Sega's final days. All too often we look at history as a sequence of isolated events. The mistakes made with the Saturn, the overambition of Team Andromeda, the failure of the Dreamcast, and the Xbox's collapse in Japan. These are all chapters in the same story, and by travelling through the world of Panzer Dragoon, I hope that this tale of a small studio that dreamt of doing things differently, and a giant that fell from grace, can be captured in all of its tragic glory. It might be a lot to ask of one video, but it's the least I could do for a series, creator, and company that could have been so much more. So on that note, I want to turn away from the maelstrom of endless misfortune and end things with a break in the storm front, a glimmer of good news. In recent years, Saturn emulation has come on leaps and bounds, and there are now a whole host of extremely well-designed emulators that have brought the console's catalogue back from the brink of the abyss. That requirement for ancient physical hardware has all but disappeared, and fan translations have broken down those barriers that Sega of America erected, meaning the entire world of the Saturn is finally free for everyone to experience. Despite Panzer Dragoon never having been more distant, it's actually more available than ever, and there's nothing stopping you from taking to the skies, feeling the wind beneath your wings, and finding out just how satisfying that homing laser really is. All it takes is a few clicks, and you're right there alongside Lundy, Edge and Orta, as if it was the 90s all over again, and none of this had ever happened. We will probably never see another official Panzer Dragoon game. Futatsugi will likely never return to big budget development, and Sega will almost certainly never make another home console. But we don't actually need any of that to return to the world of the Divine Visitor. As long as we can play the games and make sure that we talk about them when we do, the sun never has to set on Panzer Dragoon. The saying is history is written by the victors, but who's to say you can't write your own? Thanks for watching. As ever, special thanks goes to everyone who's supporting the channel via Patreon. This year I actually made a decision to quit my job and follow the YouTube dream full time, so this support means more than it ever did. The production of this video was also much longer and harder than I anticipated, so all the encouraging messages have been massively appreciated, and it's amazing to know I've got you all behind me. If you're interested in joining, there's a link below, and of course a huge thank you to anyone who decides to do that. In the meantime, you can find me on Twitter and over on Twitch on Mondays. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll be back with the next as soon as I can.